Well, our dear viewers, that has been a recap of a parliamentary plenary session between members of the National Assembly and the Ministry of Education. And to just take you through the highlights in the order of business this afternoon, and remember, before I take you through the highlights in the order of business this afternoon, allow me to inform you this, our dear viewers, is that such recaps will be coming to you every other Tuesday, so stay tuned for such and more information, as well as comprehensive packages from the House. This afternoon, the House will be considering the Manx Bill, this being a bill from the Senate, Senate Bills number 13 of the year 2022 by Honorable Paul Zengu, who happens to be the co-sponsor of this bill that is being considered at the National Assembly as well as at the Senate. Enhancing of reporting on matters parliamentary business on online platforms is another motion lined up for debate this afternoon. This motion is by the chairperson, Matters Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library, that the House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library on enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms. The move of the motion on the report of the Consolidated Fund Services expenditures for the supplementary estimates for the financial year 2024-2025 is set to reply on this motion. This is the chairperson, Matters Public Debt and Privatization Committee. And away from that, the public petition on funds spent contrary to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution by the chairperson, Public Petitions Committee, is also set to be debated this afternoon, with the mover called upon to reply upon the lapse of the time allocated for debate. The Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 24. It is National Assembly Bills number 11 of the year 2024, rather, by the leader of the majority party and the leader of the minority party. This is a bill at the second stage, or popularly known as the second reading. For subsection 2C, a couple of members of the National Assembly will be seeking statements this afternoon. Member for Teso North, Honorable Oku Kaunya, will be seeking statements in regards to the delayed delivery of modern training equipment to Chamasiri Technical and Vocational Training. This is a statement that will be sought and handled by the Departmental Committee on Matters Education. Member for Kilifi North, Honorable Owen Bayer, has a statement in regards to the implementation of nuclear power plant project at Oyombo village in Kilifi County. And this is also in Kilifi North constituency, that will be handled by the Departmental Committee on Matters Energy. Renewal of standardization mark for the Kenya Bureau of Standards is a motion set to be a statement so to be sought this afternoon by Honorable John Kiarie, who is a member for Dagoretti South. The statement that is being sought this afternoon in regards to the renewal of standardization mark from KEBS will be handled by the Committee on Matters Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. This afternoon, we'll be expecting the Committee on Matters Administration and Internal Security to respond to a statement that was sought by Honorable Eden Kainan, the member for Eldas. The statement was in regards to the disappearance of Honorable Yusuf Hussein, the MCA for Delaware. This, I want to believe, is in Wajir County. At any moment now, we'll be expecting the Speaker's procession to make its way to the chamber this afternoon for the commencement of business. And as we await for that, there is a motion on the alleged unfair trade practices by foreign investors in Kenya that is lined up for debate this afternoon. This motion is by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Matters Trade, Industry and Cooperatives. The committee, through its chairperson, seeks to have the House adopt the report of the Departmental Committee on Matters Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on the inquiry into the alleged unfair practices by foreign investors in Kenya. And the committee already laid its report on the table of the House on the 7th of March this year. The second report of the Employment Diversity Audit in Public Institutions is another motion lined up for debate this afternoon. This motion is by the Committee on Matters National Cohesion and Equal Opportunities. The committee laid its report on the table of the House on the 21st of March this year. The Speaker carrying the mace, followed by the Sergeant-at-Arms carrying the mace, followed by the Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Wetangula, already into the chamber this afternoon, signaling that the business of the House is just about to commence. Allow me, our dear viewers, to now hand you over for this live broadcast brought to you by KBC, and this is also in partnership with the Parliamentary Business.
Waheshimiwa, tuombe. Ewe Mwenyezi Mungu, ambaye kwa hekima na wema wako umeteua na nyadhifa za viongozi na mabunge kwa ustawi wa jamii na utawala wa haki wa wanadamu. Tukusihi utazame kwa neema nyingi sisi watumishi wako ambao wameridhika kutuita ili tutekeleze shughuli muhimu za jamhuri yetu. Tukuomba uteremshie baraka zako sisi tuliokutanika hapa, na tujalie tuyatende na kufikiria mambo yote tutakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili utukufu na sifa zako siendelezwe, na ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. We have quorum. Clerk, we have quorum. Proceed.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, September 24th, 2024. 1. The following legal notices from the Water Resources Authority. A. Legal notice number 139 of 2024 relating to the Makamatargui Wetland Catchment Protection Order 2024. B. Legal notice number 141 of 2024 relating to the Fafi Wetland Catchment Protection Order 2024. C. Legal notice number 142 of 2024 relating to the Pui Wetland Catchment Protection Order 2024. Legal notice number 143 relating to the Mereroni Mbaruk Wetland Catchment Protection Order 2024. E. Legal notice number 144 of 2024 relating to the Siani Wetland Catchment Protection Order 2024. and legal notice number 145 of 2024 relating to the Kibirong Wetland Catchment Protection Order 2024. 2, implementation status of the Special Funds Accounts Committee report for the financial year 2018, 2020, 2019, 2021, 2022 from the National Treasury and Economic Planning. 3, reports of the Auditor General and financial statements of the National Government Constituency Development Fund, NG-CDF, for the year ended 30th June 2023, and certificates therein in respect of the following constituencies: Dagoretti South, Gatundu North, Kibra, Limuru, Roysambo, and Starehe. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay. I thank you.
Thank you, Owen. Papers under Roman 1 are referred to the Committee on Delegated Legislation, and paper under Roman 2 is referred to the Committee on Implementation. Chairperson, Select Committee on National Government Constituencies Development Fund, NG-CDF. Musa Sirma. Majority Leader, where is the chairman of NG-CDF?
I thought I saw Musa sitting somewhere here. I must have seen you.
Did you see him, or you saw the likeness of him?
I saw his figure around.
Yes, Clive?
Speaker, I'm a member of the committee, and he said he'll be in 1 minute.
Pardon?
He's coming in 1 minute. I'm a member of that committee.
Okay, let's go to the next order. Honorable members, as you may be aware, the NG-CDF was once again crucified for all the wrong reasons. And the case we have been having in court had a judgment on Friday, which judgment I'm sure you have all read. So after putting questions at order number 8 and 9, I've been requested by the leadership to allow you 1 hour to ventilate on the matter. There he comes. And in addition to that, there is a committee of lawyers in the House, led by Senior Counsel Otienda Molo, Murugara, Osoro, Makali, and all the others, Mutuse, Wakili Mureu, Kaluma, Kajwang, who have been giving pro bono services to the House on this matter. I have invited them to a meeting tomorrow at 11 in the Speaker's boardroom, and I've invited your leaders, the majority and minority leaders, to join in so that they can brainstorm and see what remedial actions to take. Thereafter, sometime next week, I'll avail you a Kamkunji to ventilate on the matter, and I want to tell the gracious lady members of constituency, county constituencies, that ukiona cha mwenzako kinanyolewa, chako, okay. We'll go back to Musa Sirma.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker, as I was collecting the document for coming late. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 24th of September 2024. Report of the Select Committee on National Government Constituency Development Fund on its consideration of the proposed budget ceiling for the constituencies for the financial year 2024-2025. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Let me confirm.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, let me give information to members. Today, the 24th of September, Mr. Speaker, I and the chairman of the Education Committee visited our able CS for Treasury, and he did a great job to us today. We managed to be, they released 7.8 billion shillings for the Constituency Development Fund, so the arrears is only 5.7. Mr. Speaker, we know it is late, but of course the situations are also very difficult. Mr. Speaker, this money is 3.4 billion from the Ministry of Education, which had been put on CDF, and the matching fund of 3.4 billion together comes to 7.8. And the members of the Nairobi, 1 billion shillings which had been given, Mr. Speaker, has been released. So thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Oku Kaunya.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Sir Speaker, Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Education regarding the delayed delivery of the modern equipment for Chamasiri Technical and Vocational College. Honorable Speaker, Chamasiri Technical and Vocational College was established in September 2019 with the aim of providing quality technical and vocational education. Currently, the institution has an enrollment of 1,700 students, demonstrating its importance in the education sector. On 10th December 2021, the Cabinet Secretary for Education, while on a visit of the Chamasiri TVC, conveyed the government's plan to provide modern training equipment that are through the funding of African Development Bank. However, despite this promise, the equipment was never delivered, and reports indicate that it was redirected to another technical institution. This matter was raised again in November 2023 during a visit by the then Cabinet Secretary for Education, Honorable Dr. Ezekiel Machogu, to the institution, who reassured the institution that the equipment would be delivered by March 2024. Indeed, the equipment arrived in the country in March this year. However, months later, it is yet to be delivered to the Chamasiri TVC. Honorable Speaker, the matter has persisted for 3 years and continues to pose significant challenges to the institutions and its students. The continued lack of practical equipment has severely impacted the quality of education, as students are forced to rely solely on theoretical instruction without the necessary tools for handling the learners. This situation not only defeats the entire essence of technical and vocational colleges, but also jeopardizes the skills development and future prospects of these students. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson, the Departmental Committee on Education, on the following. 1. reasons why the equipment funded by the African Development Bank, which was initially intended for Chamasiri TVC, was diverted to another institution in another constituency. Number 2, reasons for the delay in delivering the newly received equipment to Chamasiri TVC, despite being received several months ago. Number 3, specific timelines for delivery of this equipment to Chamasiri TVC, including measures to avert further delays in this matter. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Chair, Committee of Education. Where is Melly? Yes, 2 weeks, Honorable Maluli Njendi.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. We'll invite the CS to our committee, but I also want to alert the member that we usually invite also members when the CS is making a presentation, so that the member can also get information from the CS directly during the committee sitting. Thank you.
Thank you. Owen Bayer.
Request for statement regarding the implementation of a nuclear power plant project at Uyombo, Kilifi North constituency. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2c, I rise to request for a statement from the chairpersons of the departmental committees on energy and environment, forestry and mining regarding the implementation of a nuclear power plant project in Uyombo Village, Masangoni Ward, Kilifi North constituency. Honorable Speaker, the Nuclear Power and Energy Agency, NUPEA, is a state corporation established under the Energy Act 2019 with a mandate to promote and implement Kenya's nuclear power programs, including carrying out research, development, and capacity building in the energy sector. NUPEA recently initiated the process of implementing a nuclear power plant project in Uyombo, Masangoni Ward, Kilifi North constituency, and put up a mast at the location. Honorable Speaker, the production of nuclear energy is a delicate and dangerous process that threatens the existence of people in its surroundings. Further, the people of Uyombo have rejected the implementation of a power plant project due to risks that will negatively affect their lives and generations to come. This project poses significant risks such as radioactive reactions and leaks, nuclear waste disposal, permanent destruction of the ecosystem, and lack of capacity to handle accidents. Moreover, it will impact their fishing activities and the tourism industry at large. Honorable Speaker, Article 10, as read together with Article 69 of the Constitution, prohibits implementation of any public project without public participation. While NUPEA partially complied with this provision, concerns have been raised to the way the exercise was conducted. The public participation was marred by use of excessive force, discrimination against the people of Uyombo, harassment and unlawful arrests of locals who are apparently being coerced to accept the implementation of the project on their land. Honorable Speaker, Article 43 of the Constitution also entitles individuals whose land is compulsorily acquired by the government to receive certain compensation. Notably, the nuclear power plant project is being implemented on land belonging to individuals, persons who possess legal ownership documents of the land and face the risk of being relocated from their land. Regrettably, implementation of the project without compliance to the law and adherence to the directives and guidelines has deprived the people of Uyombo of their rights in accordance to Article 42, as read together with Article 70 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, although the project has been proposed to be implemented only in Uyombo, Masangoni Ward, Kilifi North constituency, there is a real existential threat to the whole country in the unfortunate event of a disaster. Many countries have discouraged nuclear energy production and refrained from it due to its dangerous impacts. African countries, including Kenya, have yet to demonstrate their ability to handle nuclear disaster, making Uyombo nuclear project a big risk. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I seek a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Energy and Environment, Forestry and Mining on the following. Could the committee jointly conduct an inquiry to establish whether there is a breach of constitutional provisions, and if so, provide a detailed report with recommendation on the implementation of the project to ensure proper processes are followed for the safety of the community. 2, clarify whether public participation was conducted within the parameters of the law, considering that the majority views which rejected implementation of such a project were ignored. 3, provide details of the environmental assessment report of the project. 4, also inquire into the arbitrary arrests and use of excessive force on the people of Uyombo in apparent bid to force them to accept the project. And lastly, Honorable Speaker, clarify whether Kenya is prepared to handle a nuclear disaster, and if so, provide the policy measures put in place to handle such disasters. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairman of Energy, Kawaya. Any member of the committee? Yes, 2 weeks. Bring a statement in 2 weeks. Thank you. John Carrier, member for Dagoretti South.
Honorable Speaker, I rise to request a statement regarding the renewal of standardization mark from the Kenya Bureau of Standards. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order number 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives regarding the renewal of the standardization mark from the Kenya Bureau of Standards, also known as KEBS. Honorable Speaker, in 2023, KEBS revised the standardization mark, SM, permit, extending the validity period from 1 year to 2 years. This change raised concern among businesses, particularly small and medium enterprises, SMEs, as an annual renewal period aligns better with their financial planning, operational cycles, and ensures product quality and safety in a rapidly evolving business environment. Moreover, questions have arisen about the alignment of this 2-year cycle to KEB's mandate of supporting fair competition in the country. Honorable Speaker, it is also deeply concerning that companies restarting operations after COVID-19 related shutdowns are facing back pay penalties by KEBS. These penalties impose a significant financial burden on businesses already struggling to recover from economic hardships. Such measures hinder rather than support job creation and economic recovery, which are crucial for the growth of the nation. Instructively, the regulatory environment should support businesses, especially SMEs, in their efforts to create jobs and to contribute to economic development. Honorable Speaker, it is against this background that I request for a statement from the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives on the following. 1, the rationale behind extending the validity period of the standardization mark and the impact of these on product quality and the fair competition, especially for SMEs. Number 2, justification for imposing back pay penalties on businesses restarting after COVID-19 related shutdowns. And 3, Mr. Speaker, the measures that the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry is taking to ensure the regulatory environment supports SMEs in economic recovery rather than penalizing these businesses that are recovering from the COVID-19 shutdown. Mr. Speaker, I thank you. I signed this statement on the 13th of August, 2024. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, KJ. Chair Trade, Gakuya. Vice Chair.
Chair, you can give us 3 weeks.
How many?
3 weeks.
Standard time is 2 weeks. Why do you want 3?
We are requesting for 3 weeks because we know we have the bill on cooperatives that we need to finish.
Okay.
So because of
3
that, we're
weeks.
requesting 3 weeks.
3 weeks.
Thank you.
Response to a statement by Adan Kainan, right? Yes. Tongoyo, are you ready to respond to the statement of Honorable Kainan?
Yes, I'm ready.
Go ahead.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the Member of Parliament for Eldas constituency, Honorable Adan Kainan, has requested for a statement regarding the disappearance of the Member of Assembly for Dela Ward, Honorable Yusuf Hussein. And in particular, he wanted specifically circumstances under which Honorable Hussein was abducted and the status of investigation into his mysterious disappearance, which was reported at Makadara police station. And of course, the step that the relevant government security agencies have taken to ensure that the missing MCA is expeditiously traced and reunited with these people, and the security measures that the government has taken to guarantee safety of all leaders in order to protect them from potential incidents of kidnapping and other form of violence. Honorable Speaker, I want to state as follows. On 13 September 2024, at around 2140, Wambua Kioko reported through a phone call via open number 8613, September 2024, the abduction of his passenger. The reportee is an Uber driver and a resident of Embakasi, stated that while within South Sea, Halala Estate, he received an online request from the customer to be dropped at Pangani Heights Estate. However, along Lusaka Road.
Yes, Honorable Kamket, what is out of order? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the matter the Honorable Chair is responding to is very serious. It involves an elected member. And the decibels of consultations are too high for us to hear what the Honorable Chair is saying.
Okay. Order, members. Those who are consulting, do so in lower tones. Tongoyo, endelea.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. So I just want to pick from where I left. On 13th, on 2024, at around 2140, Wambua Kioko reported through a phone call via OB number 8613 of September 2024, the abduction of his passenger. The reportee, Honorable Speaker, is an Uber driver and a resident of Embakasi, stated that while within South Sea, Halala Estate, he received an online request from a customer to be dropped at Pangani Heights. However, along Lusaka Road, past Lusaka Enterprise roundabout and near Ola petrol station, a black Prado motor vehicle whose registration number was not captured blocked them. 3 men who had masked their faces alighted from the said Prado and opened the passenger door of the taxi, where the passenger was seated. They grabbed and pulled him out of the car before dragged him to their Prado. The passenger dropped his mobile phone and make iPhone 13 inside the Uber during the commotion. The abductors further robbed the Uber driver of his telephone number, a Samsung Galaxy A025 make, valued at around 14,000, and a cash amounting to 250, before speeding off with the victim. The scene was visited, and it was established that the abductee is the Honorable Yusuf Hussein Ahmed, the MCA for Dala and Nole Ward, Elder constituency in Wajir County. Honorable Speaker, the case is still under investigation and the search is still ongoing at the time of writing this response. On the third question, Honorable Speaker, the following measures has been taken to ensure the security. The National Police Service has made as the mandate of providing security to all Kenyans in all parts of this country, and the police officers are therefore continuously sensitizing on upholding the rule of law and constitutionalism. and any leader who is intimidated or harassed is encouraged to report to the nearest police station. An investigation will be commenced without delay. Creating awareness to all members of the public to report any suspicious character within their location, and the intensifying both mobile and foot patrol. And the adoption of multi-agency approach in collection of intelligence and the heightening of security surveillance. So, Honorable Speaker, you know this matter was brought last week before you, and we also share the concern of Kenan and other members from that region that truly this is a very sensitive matter because it concerns an elected leader, and the police are still searching the MCA, and we want to ensure Kenyans and this House that the culprits will be brought to the books, and we are going to do anything within humanly possible to able to bring this person, the missing MCA. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you have had on 13th September this month, an elected leader from my constituency, from one of the wards, was abducted. That is 14 days ago. Mr. Speaker, one of the platforms this regime used when they were campaigning was that there will be no abductions, there will be no illegal confinement, and there will be no extrajudicial killings. Mr. Speaker, the statement issued by the chairman, and I must admit that it's just a conveyor belt, lacks substance completely, and it does not allude to the circumstances of the missing leader. Mr. Speaker, here is the situation. You know, everywhere in Nairobi right now there are CCTVs. Everywhere in Nairobi there are CCTVs, Mr. Speaker. Is an elected leader. The road, the Enterprise Road, just next to where this particular leader was abducted, has so many CCTVs, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, by now, those who are in charge of this particular sector know the identities of the tormentors of this particular MCA. They know the details of the cars. They know everything, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, while it is the right of every Kenyan to enjoy the right to be had, the right to be tried fairly, this era of illegal confinement, Mr. Speaker, and abduction is something that has never been anticipated in the current constitution, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, this answer, as it is right now, has not said anything, has not shed any light. He only said we are investigating. 14 days, Mr. Speaker, since an elected leader has, of course, every Kenyan has a right to security, but here is an elected leader, Mr. Speaker. He is still missing. Mr. Speaker, I want to also table, Mr. Speaker, just for the information, on 6th August, this particular leader was summoned by the County Security and Intelligence Committee of Wajir, Mr. Speaker, and this is what the letter says. The Honorable Yusuf Hussein, MCA, Anole Delaware, the telephone meeting with the County Security Committee of Wajir. You are told you are requested to, I've just learned this, Mr. Speaker, and this is what the letter says. You are requested to attend a meeting on Thursday, 8th August 2024 at the County Commissioner's Office, Wajir, at 10 a.m. The County Security and Intelligence Committee...
Kainan, you seem to be reading from a faded copy of a letter.
It's a copy, Mr. Speaker. It's an official letter. I'll give it to you. I'll hand over. You can counter-check. It's official.
Okay.
And I'm too old, Mr. Speaker, to bring anything that is not properly validated. Mr. Speaker, the County Security and Intelligence Committee wishes to discuss with you issues touching on the security within Dela and Nollywood. I want to table this document, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, taking this into account, this is a lead document. Meaning, therefore, there must have been some issues between that particular MCA and the County Security Committee. If that has been escalated to the national level, we are not saying he has committed crime or he has not committed crime, Mr. Speaker. But if truly this person who has been missing, why don't you produce him and take him to court? And therefore, Mr. Speaker, this answer, and I empathize with my good friend Gabriel, you have not said anything. They have not given you anything. In fact, they are setting you up. This answer has not said anything at all, on the way about of that particular leader. And therefore, Mr. Speaker,
Pass on the letter to him. You have
Yes.
made the point. Bashir? Major Bashir, give him the mic. 1 minute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I listened to the response by the ministry concerned through the chair, and I can attest to the fact that that response is very, very shallow. Honorable Speaker, the individual abducted is an elected MCA, and it's not a coincidence that on the 8th of September, he was summoned by the County Security Committee, and on 13th, he disappeared. And I think the era of abductions is something that is still with us, unfortunately. So we call upon the government, especially the security agencies, to immediately and urgently find where the MCA is. The family is agonizing. They don't know what to say. And the worst part is that the National Police Service has not even come to address this matter and even talking to the families concerned to tell them what they're doing about it. We want them to do what they are supposed to do, to protect lives and properties of Kenyans. And we ask them to tell us where this elected MCA is at this point in time. It's now 2 weeks since his abduction. And there are CCTV cameras in the whole of this country, especially in Nairobi. How come they are unable to know who abducted the MCA? The Uber that he has used has recorded a statement. They can see it. He knows. However, the CCTV cameras cannot be traced. It's unfortunate also. So we ask that that statement is not.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have listened to the response of the chairman of the committee I belong to. It's not sufficient, Mr. Speaker. It's 14 days since the honorable member was abducted. It's very unfortunate, sad to the people who elected him, to the people, to the county he comes from, Mr. Speaker. We are unable to stay our homes. We are unable to do our day-to-day activities because of this honorable member who is missing. All indications are there, Mr. Speaker, to show that this indeed honorable member is taken by the people we suspect. We demand the security agencies, Mr. Speaker, to bring back our honorable member, to bring back the honorable member for Anole Dela Ward, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we don't know how we are going to go back to our constituency and county if this honorable member is not brought back to his people. It's on that note that I'm asking my chair, the committee that I belong to, Mr. Chair, it's a matter of urgency that we bring back our son, our leader. If today a honorable member is missing, then it doesn't make any sense. Anyone can miss any time, any day, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, Tongoyo.
Honorable Speaker, first of all, I think I did actually indicate that I really feel the frustration from the members from the said county.
Have you seen the letter whose copy?
I haven't, and I think as it should be treated, not to be as it is for now, Honorable Speaker, the stability of the letter is in question. Maybe we need your guidance. But having said this, Mr. Speaker, we all know such situations, investigation could be complex. And the members already alluding or making a suggestion that it is the officer, the MCA was abducted by the security agency, which cannot be substantiated either. So I would rather we leave it open. The investigation is ongoing, but we should not conclude that he was abducted by the security agency. That is an assumption, Mr. Speaker.
What you do, Honorable Tongoyo, that letter, that no soliciting, that letter has a telephone number, and on the face of it, the signatory is a DC, or you call them what? Is a county commissioner rather. So get the letter after authentication by the clerk, then get to your team at internal security and bring back additional information on this on Thursday afternoon. Yes.
Thank you so much for that guidance, Mr. Speaker. I want to confirm, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I want to confirm beyond reasonable doubt that that letter comes from the County Security Committee, and therefore here it is. Mr. Speaker, I also want to table an affirmation by one great Kenyan taxi driver called Wambua Kioko. Is also an affirmation, and the oath, I also want to table it because the content is also very clear, so that as the chairman responds to this,
Okay, Nan, the taxi driver's testimony is not disputed. Tongoya said...
I want to give him the whole detail, Mr. Speaker, the whole affirmation,
Yes.
the whole, so that, for the benefit, so that he benefits also from this. But Mr. Speaker, finally allow me to say this. You have been around. You have gone through the ladder. You have served the three arms, actually, let me say, almost the three arms of government. You know what it is.
Not almost, I have.
You have served the three arms of government, and you know what it takes. Mr. Speaker, no amount, and I want to Togoyo and other groups to hear this, no amount of blackmail, no amount of intimidation, no amount of whatever somebody wants to do will allow us to forget the existence of Honorable Yusuf Hussein. Those who are holding him, I want them to hear where I am. I want them to hear what I'm saying. We will not allow you to get away with that crime. Produce Honorable Yusuf in court.
Yes.
That is what the due process demands.
We will not allow.
Produce him to court. Produce him in court. Deal with him in court. But hold him in, Mr. Speaker. We will not allow it. That is not the modern day Kenya.
Give the papers to the clerks. Honorable members, allow me to acknowledge the following schools in the gallery. Kalulini Comprehensive School from Kibwezi West, Makueni. Oak Tree Primary School from Mavoko, Machakos. Timao AI PCA Mother Council from Buri, Meru. Kamwiru Boys Secondary School, Kirinyaga Central, Kirinyaga. Honorable Kaimenyi, Women Leader Meru, has asked me to acknowledge the Mother Council from Timau. You can do so in 1 minute and welcome the rest of the schools on our behalf. Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Yes. I really want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to welcome the Mother Council from African Independent Pentecostal Church of East Africa, of which I belong. They are from Timao in Bori constituency. I also wish to thank them for the forward-looking. As you can see, Mr. Speaker, these are ladies, young ladies, and I want to congratulate them for their efforts, showing leadership even as they are ladies. Sometimes we think the reverse gender is more forward-looking, but you can see they are just ladies from Mother Council. Mother Council is the leadership of that church. Mr. Speaker, I also wish to thank also the students who are here with us and acknowledge them for wanting to have more knowledge even regarding this parliament. So please feel welcome, and thank you again, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on Thursday, 19th September 2024, on my behalf, the Chair of the Health Committee, Honorable Pukose, issued a statement, the usual Thursday statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 17th September 2024, to prioritize business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, it was indicated to the House that the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry would appear before the House to answer questions tomorrow, Wednesday, 25th September 2024. However, I am in receipt of a letter from the Cabinet Secretary stating that he is out of the country on official duties. He is accompanying His Excellency the President to the Republic of Kenya to the 79th session of the United Nations General Assembly, UNGA 79 in New York. Honorable Speaker, following further consultations, we have scheduled the Cabinet Secretary for the Ministry of Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports to respond to questions that touch on the following thematic areas. A, state of preparedness of key sporting facilities to host international events. 2, 1, appraise on the state of preparedness of the country in terms of infrastructure facilities and other logistics to successfully host international sporting events, more specifically the planned hosting of the African Nations Championship, CHAN, and the Africa Cup of Nations, AFCON. 2, state the current condition of key sports facilities in the country, including their maintenance, modernization, and suitability for hosting international events. And 3, provide specific measures on strategies put in place by the ministry to accelerate the completion of the stalled or incomplete stadiums across the country. B is facilitation of national sports teams, to state the measures in place to ensure timely preparation, coordination, management, and facilitation of sports teams to represent the country in various sporting disciplines. And C, Honorable Speaker, is a mandate of the Kenya Academy of Sports to 1, appraise on the challenges facing the Kenya Academy of Sports in the development of grassroots talent in the country and the measures to address the challenges. And 2, outline the number of sports academies that have been set up nationwide, including details of their effectiveness at the grassroots level and whether there are strategies in place to ensure their continuity. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Next order.
Order number 8, the Mark Beans Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022, second reading. Question to be put.
Thank you. Order, members on their feet, take your seats. Members on their feet, Busia Women Rep, take your seat. Honorable members, now I put the question at the order number 8, which is that the Mang Beans Bill, Senate Bill number 13 of 2022, be now read a second time. As members of that opinion say aye. As members of the contrary opinion say nay. Nay. The nays have it. Next order.
Order number 9, motion, enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms. Question to be put.
Order, members on their feet, take your seats again. Take your seats. Honorable Naisula and the member for Bumula, take your seats. Honorable Ruku, take your seat. Honorable members, I now put the question at order number 9, which is that this House adopts the report of the Select Committee on Parliamentary Broadcasting and Library on enhancing reporting of parliamentary business on online platforms, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 4th October 2023. As members of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Honorable members, I had promised you that I'll allow you 1 hour to ventilate on the issue of NG-CDF, and I'll invite your leaders, starting with the Majority Leader on NG-CDF judgment, and then followed by the Minority Leader. If we can give them 5 minutes each, then the rest of the members you can take 2 minutes each. Is that okay? If we say 5 and you have 1 hour, very few will speak. So let's do 3. Kimani Ichung'wah, you can go with 5 minutes. Junet, be ready with 5 minutes.
From it, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when I read that judgment, I could not help myself but clearly see that this was more of a political judgment than a legal judgment, Honorable Speaker. The politics in that judgment, Honorable Speaker, speaks volumes. Honorable Speaker, I am not a lawyer, but interpretation of the law is just as simple as reading plain English. With all due respect to the lawyers in this House and seasoned ones like yourself, Honorable Speaker, who has also sat as on the bench. Honorable Speaker, when the judges pronounce themselves on matters touching on CDF and claim that there is duplication of functions between NG-CDF and the county governments, Honorable Speaker, that is a language spoken by the Council of Governors, Honorable Speaker. And we should not lie to ourselves that the judges are simply saying what the Council of Governors has been saying. Honorable Speaker, when we recrafted the NG-CDF Act from the old CDF Act, the NG-CDF Act was very particular that NG-CDF will only serve 2 particular functions, that of education, excluding the early childhood education, ECDE, that is a function that belongs to counties. And there is not a single constituency, Honorable Speaker, that I know of where NG-CDF money is utilized either to construct or to take care of ECDE classrooms in our primary schools, Honorable Speaker. The other function of NG-CDF touched on security, and there is absolutely nothing in the county government architecture and the functions under Schedule 4 of our Constitution where county governments deal with matters security. It is NG-CDF that has helped even in areas where banditry and even acts of terrorism, like in Lamu and other areas, Honorable Speaker, and parts of northern Kenya. It is through NG-CDF intervention to establish police posts and police stations, Honorable Speaker, that we have helped the national government in dealing with matters in security. The county governments, even in those very dangerous areas, go to the North Rift, go to northeastern Kenya, there is not a single county government involved in security work, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, because I see my time is over, I just want to plead to our judiciary, Honorable Speaker, that you have no reason as judges to seem popular with governors. Honorable Speaker, because that judgment is just a popularity contest judgment for judges who pronounce themselves, Honorable Speaker, on that matter of NG-CDF. But may it be known to them that without NG-CDF, there are children in this country who will never access education from the bursaries they get from NG-CDF, Honorable Speaker. There are children in this country, Honorable Speaker, who years ago, without CDF, were studying under trees without classrooms. Honorable Speaker, with the recent floods, many of our schools had either classrooms or even Honorable Speaker, I was saying with the last floods, either classrooms or ablution blocks that were swept away by floods. Without the intervention of NG-CDF, Honorable Speaker, their children would not be in school today, Honorable Speaker. I know we have another chance with the Court of Appeal and all the way to the Supreme Court, Honorable Speaker. And we also have a chance to correct what we need to correct from this House, because we are the law-making House. If we have to recraft another NG-CDF Act, let us do it, Honorable Speaker. If we have to anchor NG-CDF, as we proposed under the NADCO bills, in the Constitution, it is high time we now anchor NG-CDF, not for the sake of members of Parliament, but for the sake of the people we represent. Those people who have no voice if we don't speak to them. Those people who judges cannot hear unless we speak to the judges. Let us ask our judges to drop the politics, leave NG-CDF alone, and allow the children of Kenya to access education, allow the people of the North Rift, allow those who are terrorized by terrorists to live in a country where they are secure.
Junet.
Mr. Speaker, I can't agree more, Mr. Speaker, with the majority leader that this is a political judgment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there is no act of parliament that has been subjected to litigation more than the CDF Act, Mr. Speaker. And this is done basically by people who hate members of parliament. They are not doing it for anything else other than hatred that they have for members of parliament, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I read the judgment of Mr. Speaker of the court, I was shocked, Mr. Speaker, because in 2013, the same act was subjected to litigation, Mr. Speaker, and at that time they were saying that Parliament is dividing the revenue into three: national government revenue, county government revenue, and the CDF, Mr. Speaker. Subsequently, this House did an amendment and did the division of revenue, where the money was divided between the county governments and the national government, and the CDF was put under the national government, Mr. Speaker. There is no difference between a ministry that is getting an allocation from the national budget of the national government than the CDF, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was shocked to see in the judgment of the court that one of the reasons why they are saying this act is unconstitutional is because Parliament passes 7 names of members of the CDF committee, Mr. Speaker. How many names do we pass here? We pass even names of commissions, we pass names of county secretary, we pass names here, PSS, AG, we pass here even commission of what this is called, commission of communication authority, Mr. Speaker. Now, what is the problem of passing names here? The other thing that has shocked me about this judgment, Mr. Speaker, is that they are saying the term of the fund manager is for 5 years, which is equivalent to 5 years of being a member of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. There are fund managers who have been in office for the last 20 years, Mr. Speaker. I don't know where the judges were reading, they were reading, Mr. Speaker, whether they read the submissions of our lawyers, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am shocked because the judges behaved as though they live in another country, Mr. Speaker. Recently, there was a burial in my constituency, and I must say this, of a judge, Mr. Speaker. And the funeral was conducted in a primary school, and those classes were built by CDF, Mr. Speaker. They were not built by county government or built by anybody else. Mr. Speaker, the way the CDF has changed the lives of Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, every person knows in this country, including judges. Do they not go home? Do they not come from villages in this country, Mr. Speaker? And people, I'm asking the judges on the floor of this House, from the floor of this House, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency alone, there are over 3,000 to 4,000 students who benefit from bursary. Children of single mothers, orphans, Mr. Speaker. Where do they expect us to take those children, Mr. Speaker? If CDF is scrapped, the best thing I can do is to put those children in a bus and bring them to the homes of the judges, Mr. Speaker, so they can give them fees, so that those children can go back to school, Mr. Speaker. You can't make the lives of Kenyans miserable by just doing a judgment that does not make any sense, Mr. Speaker, according to me. And we are allowed to critique judgment, Mr. Speaker. They had their say, we must have our say here on this floor, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have been a believer, I have been a supporter of the independence of the judiciary, Mr. Speaker. But now I've come to believe that judiciary now is living in an ivory tower, and they must come down from that ivory tower, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the problem in this country about the three arms of government, the other two arms of government, the executive and the legislature, are subjected to accountability through elections after every 5 years. Judges are never accountable to anyone. They are accountable to themselves and to JSC, where a majority of the members are judges, Mr. Speaker. And you just wait until you reach 70 or 74 years and you retire. You are not accountable to anybody. How do you want to make the lives of Kenyans so miserable by saying that CDF is not doing anything? Mr. Speaker, CDF is unconstitutional. This is a judgment that has been procured by the Council of Governors, Mr. Speaker. And it is out of egos. They don't want any other money. They don't want any other money to come to the constituencies or to the villages, Mr. Speaker. And what is happening in devolution, you know, all of us, and everybody in this country knows. Corruption, pilferage, lethargy, incompetence. The only money, Mr. Speaker, that has touched the lives of Kenyans for the last 20 years is the CDF, Mr. Speaker. And I want to tell the One minute. Mr. Speaker, the name of the fund is NG-CDF, National Government, Mr. Speaker. It's not county government, it's not judiciary fund, it's not parliamentary fund, it's not anybody's fund. It's the national government money that is going to the constituencies so that it can build schools, it can build classes, it can build police station, and they're saying there's duplication of functions. We don't do anything outside what the national government is doing. Security and education are not devolved functions, Mr. Speaker. Counties don't do that. Will education improve if today's CDF is abolished? Mr. Speaker, we are going to appeal this judgment, but we will also do a constitutional amendment. We have the powers even to amend the constitution. The judiciary doesn't have. You can declare the act unconstitutional as many times as you like, but we will make sure CDF remains in this country, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Yes, Kainan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I was privileged to be a member of parliament before CDF came into being. I was privileged also to see Engineer Karue apply his creative mind, Mr. Speaker, and come up with this unique development initiative, Mr. Speaker. And I've seen what CDF has done. I have represented two constituencies, Mr. Speaker. The number of development projects initiated in my former constituency called Wajir West and my current constituency called Eldas, Mr. Speaker, through CDF is more than the combined development initiative since we got independence, Mr. Speaker. In our place, we say CDF is our government. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask myself, the framers of the current constitution, we read Article 1, sovereignty has been equated to representation. Who are these busybodies who want to disregard representation, Mr. Speaker, and rubbish the role of the elected members of parliament, Mr. Speaker? I have one message for you. We have seen the actions, the inactions, the activities, the inadvertence of these busybodies, whoever they are. Can you stand firm? Can you stand firm as members of parliament? It's not about the usual complaining, no. Can you stand firm, bring a constitutional amendment so that we entrench the NG-CDF in the constitution so that we remove it from the ambit of this gullible and vulnerable busybody, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, for how long shall we deny Kenyans the right to enjoy a piece of the national cake, Mr. Speaker? I'm shocked and dismayed, Mr. Speaker, to see a ruling, and ideally, Mr. Speaker, the role of the three arms of government, Mr. Speaker, is interdependent, is to support each other for the good of the well-being of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. But when you have a targeted approach, Mr. Speaker, to rubbish one arm, then doesn't add value. Mr. Speaker, finally, what I want to say is this. When the members of parliament are elected here, or the framers of the current constitution, Mr. Speaker, some of the functions have been devolved. After this, you will hear provisional administration is illegal because NCDF only covers education and national security. Are those two functions, Mr. Speaker, county functions? They are not county functions. These are national functions. So, colleagues, if you want to remain relevant, I know it's not the ambit of the members of parliament because we have delinked NCDF from the member of parliament. It's completely an independent entity. That still is being pushed to the member of parliament. I beg you, if you want to remain relevant, if you want your constituents to develop, stand firm, wake up tomorrow, put your heads together, put this entity, entrench it in the Constitution so that there is no room for any busybodies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Kadambi. Charity Kadambi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Sir, allow me to contribute like my colleagues. In this country, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would wonder which Kenyan has not seen the changes which CDF has really brought in this country. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, my issue is to remind people that what CDF is doing in this country, I doubt if there is another fund which is doing what CDF is doing. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, with the changes, with the poor children we are taking to schools, with the schools we are changing, with the security offices we are constructing, with the administration offices we are doing, Mr. Speaker, sir, I am so much worried that there is people up to now, they have not seen what is happening. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I am contributing because myself being the second-term member of parliament in Joro constituency. What I have done in my constituency, Your Excellency, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the first term is what has brought me the second term. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I'm standing here to remind our colleagues, let us unite this journey. This is war against development. Mr. Speaker, sir, it is now the high time we united as members of parliament. We change even if it means changing the constitution, so that we can make sure that the CDF is well anchored in the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have gotten a lot of challenge every time. Whichever time we are doing our works as members of parliament from single constituencies, actually we are not at peace because every time we are distracted by so many cases in the courts. And Mr. Speaker, sir, as I'm standing here today, Kenyans are asking, are they safe? Are their children going to go to schools? Are they expecting more constructions of schools when they have seen the challenge which has taken recently in the courts? Mr. Speaker, sir, let me confirm that Kenyans are worried that today there is a threat for the CDF. Therefore, for colleagues, please let us work the 290 constituencies. Let us protect the development. Let us fight for our children. Let us fight for the development for this constituency through CDF. Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you very much. It is for us to unite and say no to whoever is against our development matters. Thank you.
Yes, Chairman CDF. I would have thought you should have been the last to speak on this. Oh, yes. You are the committee chair. Listen to others. You'll speak last. Naisula. Chairman, hold your horses. I've been seeing you menacing me with gestures.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to rise to also contribute on the judgment on NG-CDF, Mr. Speaker, and to say that we cannot overemphasize the importance of NG-CDF in our constituencies, Mr. Speaker. There is this notion among many people that NG-CDF is pocket change for members of parliament. I want to say without fear or favor that if there is one fund that there is accountability for, it is NG-CDF. NG-CDF goes to the constituency with an AIE, with what it is supposed to do, and the money follows that AIE. And so even when auditors come to the ground, Mr. Speaker, they have to go and see whether that classroom has been built. They have to go and see whether that police station has been built. They have to see whether that child has gotten bursary, and that is the truth on the ground, Mr. Speaker. And if there is anybody who thinks that there is a member of parliament who is misusing these monies, Mr. Speaker, we have investigative bodies, Mr. Speaker, which we should go and follow up on those monies and that member of parliament, Mr. Speaker. But we cannot be blanketly be condemned to be corrupt, that NG-CDF is our money, Mr. Speaker, when that is not the point, Mr. Speaker. We can also not be a house of lamentation We are the ones who make the laws in this house, Mr. Speaker. We will not wait for NADCO report to entrench NG-CDF in the Constitution. We should extract NG-CDF from NADCO reports so that we bring it to this house as a standalone issue to be entrenched in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. Because we might wait for NADCO reports until God knows the 2 years are over, the 13th Parliament should be remembered as the house that entrenched NG-CDF in the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, so that this cannot be a ping-pong game depending on who is on the bench, Mr. Speaker. The second issue, the hate that Honorable Junet has talked about is true. People just generally hate members of Parliament. And so I wouldn't even be surprised after it has been entrenched in the Constitution, the judiciary saying it is unconstitutionally inside the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, because of just the hate people have towards members of Parliament, Mr. Speaker. To conclude, I want to say this, now that I'm on the floor, Mr. Speaker, to remind the executive, Mr. Speaker, that there is one cabinet secretary position which has not been filled in this country, Mr. Speaker. We are
KJ. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it is to say that the courts...
Order, KJ. Yes, give her 1 minute.
Please allow me to say this, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 minute. There is a position of a cabinet secretary that has not been filled in this country, and I want to remind the executive, just in case they have forgotten, we do not have the cabinet secretary of gender and affirmative action, Mr. Speaker, in this house, Madam Speaker, sorry. If it was another ministry, I want to assure you, by today, the replacement of that cabinet minister would have happened. We cannot continue business when we do not have the cabinet secretary of gender in this country, Mr. Speaker. It should be, the cabinet secretary should be appointed like yesterday, Madam Speaker. Even if it is a man, we need a cabinet secretary of gender in this country.
Thank you. What's your point of order, Honorable Donya?
Madam Speaker, I'm just worried Honorable Junet is insisting that it is a man. We have not refused if it is a man, a boy, girl. What we want is to have a minister for gender in office. We keep on talking about gender mainstreaming, helping our young girls and women. How can we, Madam Speaker, yes, we know it is CDF, but
Thank you. Honorable KJ, you may proceed. You are on the floor.
Madam Speaker, I thank you and I acknowledge the change of guard. Madam Speaker, the courts had their day. Today it is Parliament that has its day to remind the courts that even the courts can err, that they can make mistake, Mr. Speaker. When you read that judgment, Madam Speaker, you notice a fundamental fault in how they were deciding on this matter. One of the bigger issues, Madam Speaker, they were saying that the constituency cannot be a unit of devolution. But Madam Speaker, we all know that NG-CDF is not a devolved fund. In fact, the word that she should be using is that national government has decentralized the monies from the center to the 290 constituency, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker. And it is also to disabuse the notion, Madam Speaker, that anyone can imagine that by removing NG-CDF, they are punishing a member of Parliament. Madam Speaker, in the Goretti South constituency, the NG-CDF is not to benefit John Carrier. The NG-CDF has renovated all primary schools in the constituency. It has built in excess of 7 new schools. Out of the 12 new schools in Nairobi, 7 of them are in the Goretti South constituency. Madam Speaker, it has improved the working status of the officers in Gao, made sure that our people are served in dignified places. So, Madam Speaker, I would want to agree with all the members who are saying that Article 95 and 96 allows this House to make laws, Madam Speaker, and no other entity can make laws. And if that be the case, then we, as the 13th Parliament, must agree that we are the people who are going to entrench these NG-CDF in the Constitution so that it can continue bettering the life of members. Finally, Madam Speaker, we all agree that even if we have devolved units called counties, the devolved units called counties has served more as devolution for corruption rather than devolving services to the people. Madam Speaker, Nairobi City County receives in excess of 30 billion Kenya shillings from division of revenue and monies that they raise as own revenue. That means that in the Dagoretti South constituency every year, I should be feeling the impact of around 2 billion Kenya shillings coming from Nairobi City County coffers, Madam Speaker. But if you go to the constituency called the Dagoretti South constituency, what you shall find are the projects that have been put up by this most visible, best managed, and most effective fund called the NG-CDF. So, Madam Speaker, let's do what is necessary. Let us entrench NG-CDF in the Constitution to make.
Honorable members, allow me to recognize the presence of Kiwanzani Academy from Kitui West constituency, Kitui County, who are seated in the public gallery. On behalf of the members of the National Assembly, we welcome you to Bunge. Thank you. The Honorable Amolo Otiende.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, first, let me recognize and thank the team of lawyers that did this matter pro bono. Honorable Chepkonga, Honorable Mrugara, Honorable Kaluma, Honorable Mutuse, Honorable Muriu, Honorable Makali, Honorable Soro, Honorable Mogaka, and myself. Madam Speaker, we have no doubt as a team that the decision rendered by the High Court is wrong on so many fronts. It is wrong on the role of the MPs in CDF. It is wrong on the role and term of the fund account managers who are not in any way connected to the MPs. It is wrong on following the obiter dicta by the Supreme Court when the Supreme Court rendered an opinion on an act that had since been repealed and therefore is not binding. And for the avoidance of doubt, Madam Speaker, we have already agreed that we will appeal that decision. The good thing is that after declaring the act unconstitutional, the court did a suspension of the declaration of invalidity for 2 years. That is enough time for us to prosecute a number of things. It is enough time for us to prosecute the appeal. You will remember, Madam Speaker, that previously the High Court declared the previous act unconstitutional. The Court of Appeal did not agree and affirmed it, and only the High Court then agreed with the only the Supreme Court then agreed with the High Court. It is quite possible that we might follow a similar trajectory on this matter. Madam Speaker, secondly, and this we have said before, the ultimate solution to all this push and pull is amendment of the Constitution. And that amendment, Madam Speaker, we have already agreed, even in the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee, that we want to make it a standalone amendment away from the entire NADCO report. It is our view as the lawyers and at the Justice and Legal Affairs Committee that we can execute that amendment without requiring a referendum. Madam Speaker, the beauty is that once we have entrenched the NG-CDF, then the constitutional provision cannot be unconstitutional. It will be along the lines of having entrenched the judiciary fund, and that then should be a proper cushion. But once we do the amendment, we will then again have to redo the act itself by bringing a new act, which will be in line with the amendment. Madam Speaker, a lot of people do not understand, and if you allow me just one more minute, Madam Speaker, that before CDF and before devolution, before decentralization, the situation was very, very bad. You had a situation where there were parts of this country that would not even get 1 cent. It is only the CDF that goes to all the 290 constituencies in this country. It is only through devolution that... Just as I'm finishing, Madam Speaker, we must also pass a message to, as I'm closing, Madam Speaker, the real drivers of these cases is not even the two people who went to court. It is the governors, it is the Senate, and there's some particular NGO called the Institute for Social Accountability that has kept bringing these cases on instigation of these others. We must tell them that even if these funds went away, they will not go to the governors, they will not go to those who think that they will get it, not even the Senate. It will re-centralize and you will not see that money. And with that, Madam Speaker, let us also demand that the balance of monies that should have been given in the last financial year, about 50 million that is owed to each constituency, be now released so that we can do the projects that ought to have been done. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Wakili Robert Edwin Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ventilate on this very wrong judgment which has been passed against NG-CDF. Madam Speaker, I was part of the legal team which represented Parliament on this matter. We were able to ventilate on a number of issues, and to our surprise, Madam Speaker, out of 9 key issues, none of them the court was able to appreciate, despite the fact that we were able to put in the proper legal position, the constitutional position, but the court came in as a biased court. Madam Speaker, my worry and concern, because you know, in any trial, you are able to get the things which are not being said, but the petitioners, whose name has been alluded in this house, the Council of Governors, our Senate, they have one key issue, which I would say is a sibling jealousy. In this sense, Madam Speaker, a council could stand before the judges and say, look, now you are members of Parliament, this money you'll be using as pocket money to campaign for it. It tells you the kind of conversations that are being said behind our back. Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we put it very clearly that NG-CDF is a fund under the national government, and the national government can be able to spend that money as provided by the Constitution. Second, Madam Speaker, I noted one of the key drivers of NCDF and success level is because 90% of the fund goes to development, things and tangible things which benefit the common person. In the opposite, the County of Governors, they know very well, they spend 90% of their money doing trips and doing other mundane things which has no benefit to our people. Madam Speaker, I'm trying to urge the members of Parliament, let us not lament like people who have no hope. This Parliament has power to ensure that we're able to cure this issue or these myriad issues of litigation against NG-CDF once and for all. Though, Madam Speaker, we are going to the Court of Appeal, we have a strong case, we know we can be able to win it, but the ultimate goal is to ensure we have entrenched the fund in the Constitution in such a way that in the future nobody can come back and claim that the fund is unconstitutional.
Let me give the Honorable Millie Odhiambo, then I'll come to you, Honorable Osoro.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I just want to inform Senior Counsel Honorable Tiende Amolo that part of the reason they're having problems is the entire legal team was men. There's no women, and yet there are brilliant women lawyers like me in this house. Next time, put us there, and we'll help you. Secondly, Madam Speaker, in areas that have been predominantly opposition, the only fund you can rely on that is changing lives is CDF. Third, Madam Speaker, in my own constituency, I have seen us move from mud-walled, grass-thatched schools to permanent schools. I would want to encourage the judges and people who live in cities to do an immersion in the village so that they know the reality. A lot of people do not know the reality on the ground. The people who are posh in cities, the lawyers and the ones who are lofty, go to the ground and learn the reality. Madam Speaker, I would also want to say that in relation to the law, our judges, especially Supreme Court, have been very liberal and progressive in interpretation of the Constitution. That is why they even interpreted the Constitution to include gay rights. But when it comes to development, then they start telling you, Montesquieu, separation of powers. I have no problem with separation of powers as espoused by Montesquieu many years back. But Montesquieu does not come from my village, Kolo, in Rusinga Island. He does not know what people go through. That is a very good concept, that something good is finally coming out of Africa, which is the issue of NG-CDF. Development. And Madam Speaker, I was just discussing with Honorable Tiende Amolo that we must be brave as lawyers. And if there is one legacy we must leave in this House, is to entrench the fourth role of a member of parliament in this country, which is development. If it does not come through NG-CDF, it will come through my pocket. That is the reality. And the members that came before us were overwhelmed. That is why they promoted this. Right now, the role of MPs has totally been removed. But MPs are still being harassed. Put it and make MPs have a role. I have no excuse. Anybody can bash me what they want. But as an intellectual and as a bright lawyer, this is one thing I am willing to defend to my grave. Bora usiguze NG-CDF. Wengine wanasema bora usiguze mulima, mimi bora usiguze NG-CDF. Hapo tutapigana.
The Honourable Member for South Mugirango, Honourable Sylvanus Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I also want to associate myself with the sentiments that have been made by my colleagues. And I also do not want to delve so much on the judgment that was delivered last week, because I've actually gone through it. In all aspects, I'm actually against it by all standards, because it actually does not meet jurisprudential, authority in all aspects. I mean, the learned judges, Honorable Speaker, only focused on what we call the school of thought in jurisprudence that we call positivism, where they are so keen on unnecessary positivism, and they ignore the element in a very social matter, ignore the socialism jurisprudence, ignore the natural law in all aspects, Honorable Speaker. But I do not want to go that direction, Honorable Speaker. But of importance, Honorable Speaker, for me, it is the character of the Council of Governors. Honorable Speaker, NG-CDF is 2.5% of the national budget. Each constituency gets about 130 million thereabout when you do tabulation. County governments get a minimum of 15%. In fact, this house gave them in the last financial year 25% last financial year, about 25 or 26% thereabout. In the last financial year, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when you do tabulation, you'll realize that in the 2.5% that we get, or the constituencies get in terms of the NG-CDF, each constituency gets about 120 million at the highest, or 140 million shillings. Honorable Speaker, with the allocated amounts in the counties, some counties that get about 11 billion in the shared revenue, place in their budget 500 million for the office of the governor's expense. 500 million. But NG-CDF for the consumption of the common mwananchi, only 100 million. With 11 billion in some counties, and even some of them getting up to 15 billion, you will actually need a microscope, and I've said this several times, to see what governors do. But they were the first people to go in court, Honorable Speaker. They applied to be interested parties in this matter. They even wrote a letter to the Chief Justice. And in now very common character and demeanor of the current court, Honorable Speaker, they've applied what we call judicial activism, populist rulings, populist judgments, where they now get their jurisprudence from Facebook, from social media, from messages they get, and sometimes from some political leaders who are against very important concepts.
The second point, Honorable Speaker, is that when you look at the way this money operates, it's only about 5% which goes to administrative expenses. There is no other development model in this world which uses only 5% in terms of, Honorable Speaker, administrative expenses. And I think that's why my colleagues are saying, Honorable Speaker, that the governors and the senators are getting concerned of an issue. Because if you go to the county governments, the recurrent expenditure, Honorable Speaker, goes all the way up to 70%. So, Honorable Speaker, what worries me most is that our judges, Honorable Speaker, who live in this country, and I do expect they also visit their rural setting, should have seen what development has been done through CDF. And more so, Honorable Speaker, the issue of bursaries to the needy students. They can remove the members of parliament from the program, but if the program is good, Honorable Speaker, I would recommend that we retain the program and get a way of keeping the members of parliament out of it. Even now, we are only patrons, Honorable Speaker. We are not implementers. So, Madam Speaker, what worries me most is a situation where, instead of our judges fixing what is not working, they want to destroy what is working. That is unfortunate, and we cannot allow that. So I want to urge our honorable members, Honorable Speaker, that we make sure this important fund is entrenched in the Constitution, and this House has the power to do that. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable members, the ball is in our court. Can we do that as soon as possible so that we bury this matter forever? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Migori, Honorable Fatuma Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the country is mourning and our children are very sad. NG-CDF is the reason why parents smile when they see us when we go back home, because they depend on NG-CDF. And the court should be aware that this thing does not help a member of parliament at all. We have no business with it. Our business is to give it back to the community where it belongs. It beats logic when the court says that this is unconstitutional. In fact, this should be amongst the 10 commandments of God. It should be the 11th commandment from the human being, because this is the reason why most vulnerable students and children are in school. Members of parliament have always supported these children with their own money. Even the money given by NG-CDF is not enough. I can imagine in Nyateke sub-county where I come from, the only business we do there is gold mining. It cannot even support our children to go to school. So we run to our members of parliament to get help so that the children can be in school. NG-CDF does not help rich families, it helps poor families. So we are appealing as Kenyans, not as members of parliament, as Kenyans, that this was a wrong move to deny Kenyans and the population of the children an opportunity to be in school. Look at the scenario now. First of all, it is delayed all the time. And then now it is said it's unconstitutional. So, Madam Speaker, I think that the court needs to sit down and rethink. The judges, I am not against the judges, but I think they should rethink this, reconsider what they said about NG-CDF. They are not in contact with the people in the village. Their job, their responsibility makes them detached from Wananchi. But if they were to sit in the village and sit with the locals and drink uji with them, they would understand what parents and the children from the vulnerable families are going through. NG-CDF, it's like devolution itself. Without this, we will reach Nairobi, we will reach the Ministry of Education, even to bring a query to that sector for what is going on through our schools, through our students. So I beg that they reconsider, and instead of telling us 2 years, then they rather just disband parliament, because we have no business being here. Madam Speaker, it is disappointing, and I'm praying that they change their mind.
The Honourable Member for Mwingi West, Honourable Charles Busia. Pressing the bell, the intervention.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just want to join my colleagues in what they have said. CDF doesn't belong to members of parliament. CDF belongs to Kenyans. CDF, we have got a testimony of the number of people who have been educated, orphans who have become doctors, orphans who have become pilots, orphans who have become lawyers because of the matter of the CDF, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I just followed the ruling in the court, and it seems majority of the three judges, actually, they don't have even children in this country. Because they are rich, they think they can only educate their children in London without depending on CDF, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, removing the CDF out of this country is going to be travesty of justice, because it is the only fund we have seen in all over the constituencies, in all the villages in this country, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is high time we educate the judiciary that money, the CDF money is not for members of parliament. We need to support it. I ask the fellow colleagues, let us move very fast. We'll entrench this fund in the constitution. Let us move very fast. Even change the act, even anything that is contagious for these funds, Madam Speaker. I want to support my colleagues, and we are not going to let the CDF to go anywhere. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
The Honorable Didi Raso, member for Saku. Still time, it will get to
Thank you very much,
and we can speak for
Honorable
2 minutes.
Speaker.
More people will participate.
Honorable Speaker, I have this belief that judges and lawyers are the best people in town. But sitting back and listening to that judgment, I have my own doubt that our judges, I think, are not well informed. They do not understand the chemistry, the history, and the character of this country. Without CDF, the children of the Dasanach, the people who live on the shores of Lake Turkana, will not be able to go to school. The El Molos, the Sakuyes of Dabel. For those of us from the pastoralist communities, the marginalized, we feel that CDF is the fund that has arrived. When on just the span that 3 judges can sit at the bench and say this is unconstitutional. Unconstitutional to who? CDF is about the people of this country. If there are no people, then there's no constitution. What does the constitution serve? Madam Speaker, as a house, we have a duty. Our responsibility is to make laws for this country, and the best laws for that matter. And we must enact the laws for CDF, that it must be enacted in the Constitution, so that those judges must feel that the House has powers to do what is right for the people of this country. Madam Speaker, without CDF, 3/4 of the children of Marsabit today are not going to school. If no CDF, there will not be enough school in the pastoralist areas. But what the MPs have done is to think around, to think out of the box, to allow the people to settle and to allow schools to be put up. Education is the greatest equalizer. If no CDF, then there will be no that equality. For that reason, I agree and I accept what the honorable lawyers who represented us in court are saying. Let us move with the speed and enact the national government CDF in our constitution. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member for South Imenti, Honorable Shadrach Mwiti, who was actually the first this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Education is a pillar in this country, and for this country to prosper, education is very important. Secondly, Madam Speaker, security is vital to protect our people, and NG-CDF is very critical for us to make education and security. Madam Speaker, I concur with my fellow honorable members that NG-CDF is very important to be dispersed through the honorable members of this House. Madam Speaker, there is a perception, especially from the county government, that the members of the National Assembly don't utilize the funds in the right way. Madam Speaker, if you assess our constituencies, you'll find that most of the projects are done by the members of the National Assembly and not the county government. Madam Speaker, interference of the NG-CDF means crippling development in the constituencies, and also, Madam Speaker, it means bringing down the central government. The funds from the NG-CDF are from the central government, and there is no relationship between the NG-CDF and the funds in the central government. Madam Speaker, I support that the Act should be entrenched so that we can have the funds having disbursed or having no more interference in the future. Madam Speaker, it is frustrating when the legal fraternity is interfering with NG-CDF, knowing very well that the children of this country, the bright students, and also the disadvantaged students are highly supported by the NG-CDF. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Better North.
Madam
Then
Speaker,
after that, it's you, Honourable Oundo.
Madam Speaker, thank you. CDF has played a very critical role when it comes to the marginalized areas, Madam Speaker. We have many constituencies, many areas in the Republic of Kenya which are extremely marginalized. Recently, Madam Speaker, I went to ensure a school which has mud-walled classrooms in my constituency last week to ensure we change the face of that school. And those photos, Madam Speaker, when I posted them on my social media, many Kenyans could not believe that we have such kind of schools in some of our constituencies. Without CDF, Madam Speaker, many children who are going through CBC curriculum will not be able to enjoy an environment where they can nurture their talent as far as CBC curriculum is concerned. We not only have such kind of primary schools at the moment in our constituencies, in marginalized areas, but we need to change the face of such kind of schools. If we don't have CDF, Madam Speaker, most of our communities, most of the children of the very poor in marginalized areas will remain disadvantaged, will remain in big problems, and they will not be able to achieve what they are supposed to achieve, because these are, in most of these marginalized areas, you'll find we have very bright kids who can go even to Alphant through scholarship if they go through the training process, the schooling process in the most appropriate way. Madam Speaker, I want to rebuke the judgment which was made by the 3 judges. It's high time this House come up with the amendment of the Constitution so that we can entrench CDF in the Constitution, so that kids, children of the very poor can also be able to enjoy the education which other kids of the rich are enjoying. It can't be. It's only in academies where we have proper running atmosphere. Even in those areas, the kids of the very poor, they also deserve proper environment where they can
nurture their talent, they can nurture their skills, and they can be children of the world. They can be able to work in every corner of our nation, not only of our nation, but every corner of the world. Madam Speaker, I support what the members have said, and we need to craft.
The Honourable Member for Funyula, Honourable Ounda.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for this opportunity. Let me take this opportunity to sincerely thank our colleagues who stood in for us during this long, odious battle to save the lives of the people of Kenya. Honourable Speaker, I attended the judgment that Friday, and we left with the heavy legs, heavy heart, and I can see my friend Droppings was here with him, and I sincerely felt that it was extremely unfair on the tone and the wording and the way the three judges dispensed of the matter. Honourable Speaker, I want to tell the people of Kenya very, very clearly. Number one, the import of the judgment was that a constituency is not a service delivery center. So it means essentially any person who votes in a constituency is simply a voting machine whose voice cannot be listened in the eyes of the judicial officers. They simply said, Honourable Speaker, they only recognize the counties. They do not recognize the constituencies. In their own words, they say that constituency is merely a center of representation, but it's not a center of service delivery. So therefore, people of Funyula constituents, for example, cannot come together and go anywhere and demand development. They'll be told by virtue of that judgment, you have no local standard, whether that's right or not, to demand any development. Honourable Speaker, I want to take the judges through history. We used to have rural district-focused development. And Honourable Speaker, you saw the inequitable distribution of resources in this country. Up to now, Honourable Speaker, there are parts of this country, they have never seen piped water. There are many parts of this country, Honourable Speaker, if it wasn't for CDF, they will not even have a classroom in their constituencies. And we want to appeal to the judiciary. Do not live in ivory tower. Just come down here and realize how bad things are. Come down here and see the importance, the impact of NG-CDF. Compare with the 12 or so years of devolution, and let's do a comparative analysis, Honourable Speaker. It does not require anybody to do anything. You simply have to appreciate. At times, the law judicial activism must be laced with public policy, public interest, Honourable Speaker. I want to urge our colleagues, time to lament is now gone. We must save the people of Kenya from these beast bodies in wherever they are. It's time.
The Honourable Member for Lamu East, Honourable Rueda Obo.
Asante Bispika. Nami nipate nafasi nizungumze kuhusu hii NG-CDF. NG-CDF kwa wengine, kwa maeneo bunge mengine, ndio pesa peke yake unatarajia. Kama tuseme kama Lamu East na constituencies na maeneo bunge mengine mengi ambao wametengwa. Hapa tukiangalia rekodi, ukiangalia mambo kama kwa mfano stima bunge hii katika mwaka uliopita pesa ya bajeti iliyopangwa, utaona eneo bunge la Lamu Mashariki imepewa milioni 4 na maeneo bunge mengine kuna eneo bunge moja limepewa milioni 450. Hii pesa ya CDF, NG-CDF, ndio pesa ikitolewa hakuna ubabe. Kila eneo bunge limepata pesa yake, wanajipangia wale kulingana na sheria inasema. Hivi sahihi pesa ikiletwa hapa national government, sisi itakuwa kwenda mbio, maeneo bunge mengine itabakishwa nyuma zaidi, tutatengwa zaidi. Kama haya ambao upande mwingine mbinu, in fact, ya mbinu ya mambo yote ya serikali inafaa iende kama hivi inavyoenda NG-CDF. Kama ni stima, ni ile finance bill walitupa, lakini mimi nilipenda sana kwa sababu ile ilikuwa inasema kila eneo bunge ipate milioni 50. Niliipenda kwa sababu hiyo, ili angalau tupate milioni 50 kila eneo bunge, na zile zinazobakia kama atakuzichezea msondo, kule kwetu kuna ngoma inaitwa msondo, wazichezee. Lakini angalau tumepata kitu ya kufuatilizia. Sasa hii NG-CDF kuna kitu angalau eneo bunge inaweza tegemea, na huwa pia haitoshi mpaka tupate huku national government. Lakini ukiangalia zile za national government zinazoenda maeneo bunge yetu utasikitika. Mfano mzuri nimewapatia ni hiyo energy. Angalieni rekodi. Energy imekuwa kigawanywa vipi, na ambapo eneo bunge kama Lamu Mashariki haina hata inchi moja ya national grid. Lakini kama ilikuwa imetufuata mtindo kama wa NG-CDF, tukiwa na hakika kila mwaka tuna milioni 50, ingekuwa imesonga kitu kidogo. Sasa hii tunasikitika na inatuuma sana, na hatujui anatulekeza wapi. Kwa sababu kama leo hivi ninavyokuambia, President alikuwa ametusaidia kwetu kwa sababu elimu iko chini, na madhara ya elimu kwetu yameonekana. Vijana wameonekana wakienda kule wanavyokwenda. Ikabidi tusomeshe walimu, tukapewa nafasi za kupewa kuandikwa kazi, ikawa walimu wamepatikana ni 2 peke yake wa kutoka Lamu Mashariki. Ni hii NG-CDF ilikuwa tuokoe, kwa sababu hii NG-CDF sasa hii wanasomeshwa
half a minute.
Sasa hii walimu wako Islamic Teacher College, wako Shanzu, wako kila pahali, tunasomesha walimu 100 na hii NG-CDF ndio isaidie. Hao wanaosoma watapeleka wapi? Ambapo leo hivi niko na pressure kubwa ndugu yake Nurdin, mkwe wake Nurdin ambao ni chairman wa board, amewafukuza huko kwa sababu ya kunipunish mimi, ili kwa nini sijakubali Ishakani na Dar es Salaam Point iende ijara. Hivi ninavyokuambia imehappen, wanafunzi wamefukuzwa kwa sababu sisi hatujalipa hiyo pesa. Sasa NG-CDF ikitolewa sisi tunaenda wapi?
The Honorable Makilap.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to say from the onset that the ruling by the judges was actually an affront against the will of the people of Kenya that elected us to this parliament. Members of parliament represent the interests of the people of Kenya. We are the lawmakers. The judges are the law interpreters. It is now time again for members of parliament to let the judges that we are the legislators. We shall make the law again clear so that they should be able to interpret it correctly in pursuit for justice for the people of Kenya. Madam Speaker, NG-CDF removed Kenyans from poverty, from fundraisings. Many people were doing a lot of fundraising. Even people were being robbed of their livestock to finance schools, construction of schools, so that they sell animals so that they can be able to build the schools. The same citizens who are paying taxes, you follow them again to get money to build the schools. But when NG-CDF came into being, that problem is sorted out. Madam Speaker, this is an affront. If you look at even our brothers who are churches, they don't live in the grassroots. They are urbanites. They live in town places. They enjoy life in the cities, but they are not in the rural areas where the rubber meets with the road. Madam Speaker, over the weekend, through NG-CDF, we delivered a bus to one of the remotest places in my constituency called Guigui, a school that has over 1,200 students that have never seen a school bus. Madam Speaker, this is a serious matter that this House must prosecute immediately, because even the children of the brothers and sisters of churches who live in urban areas, they benefit from CDF because they get bursaries, Madam Speaker. Secondly, Madam Speaker, I want to let it know Kenyans that members of parliament are not managers. Churches, wherever you are, members of parliament are not managers of NG-CDF. Go look for the gazetted NG-CDF fund managers. We do an oversight. We do an oversight to ensure that the projects that have been actually planned are actually delivered within time. Madam Speaker, finally, let us now proceed to appeal this matter and come back within these 2 years that they have given us, concretize the law under the Constitution so that we restore order and tell churches.
The Honorable Member for Gishugu, Honorable Githinji.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. And let me start by thanking my colleagues who handled this matter on a pro bono basis. And let me also commit that I'll also join them in the next phase, because I believe we have very good grounds of appeal. And in a nutshell, courts cannot dictate how national government would want to use its money. It cannot dictate which units the national government can use in service delivery to the people, and especially on the functions that are exclusively being left at the national level. Madam Speaker, the other issue is that we have seen Council of Governors as parties in this case. The first question is Council of Governors, or does Council of Governors hold any legal capacity? Where is it registered for it to have powers to sue or to be sued? You know, those are some of the issues that can also be raised. And also, these are busybodies. Some of these parties are busybodies who are against public interests. And, Madam Speaker, it is also the right time to utilize this opportunity. I remember Honorable Mule from Matungulu and I were the trailblazers in trying to entrench the CDF into the Constitution. And along the line, NADCO came up, and we agreed that we bring everybody together so that we can be able to discuss. And now comes the second time, and a very good opportunity for us now, as members of Parliament, with the overwhelming support that we had from everybody in this House, we'll be able now to entrench it in the Constitution, as we also take the opportunity to appeal against the judgment. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Ugenya, Honorable David Ochieng.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I have a different view on the rest of the membership. Madam Speaker, it cannot be said that the CDF is extremely important for the growth of this country. Madam Speaker, as a parliament, we have fallen short. Every time we've had a chance to deal with this matter with finality, we move in a hurry, we move with emotion, we don't do what's supposed to be done. We've amended the CDF Act so many times without getting it right. So, Madam Speaker, I believe that we can do this time round with a level head, a cool head, get it right. Let's entrench the constituency as a level of devolution. That's what the court is telling us to do. That if the word is a level of devolution, can we entrench the constituency as a level of devolution? So that it works out. Number two, Madam Speaker, members of Parliament representing constituencies, stop going out saying the CDF is your fund. It isn't your fund. Members of Parliament say, oh, my CDF cannot be touched. It is not yours. But you go out talking about it as if it's your fund. That's what the court is saying. They don't want members of Parliament putting their hands in CDF. I agree with their right. Let's change the law to ensure that what the court is saying is not right, is made right. We cannot come here and start saying, oh, judges did this. That is their role. Our role is to make law. Judges' role is to interpret the law. We can't keep abusing judges every time they do something against us. It's not the way you run a country. Madam Speaker, let's move with speed and ensure that the amendment that we're going to propose, like Honorable Kennedy said, clinically deal with NG-CDF. Don't put things like Senate oversight, this and that. Let me give you an example, Mr. Speaker. There's a bill I brought to this House in the 11th Parliament. Every member almost liked it. It was about moving election date from August to December. But on the voting day, we couldn't raise 233. We had 227, twice. If members believe in this, let's put our heads together. Let's get a good law. Let's not blame everyone else apart from ourselves. It's us to blame. We are the lawmakers. Madam Speaker, I support and I hope that we can soon do this to ensure that the CDF is entrenched right inside the Constitution. I support.
I think second last I'll give the Honorable Member for Masinga, Honorable Mwalio, because the Speaker had given us, I've added another 10 minutes. So I think we have to close now because we had 1 hour.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to speak about the NG-CDF. Since I was elected in Parliament in 2017, I've been a member of NG-CDF committee, and I have seen a lot. In that committee, we move doing some inspections in all the constituencies. And I think I have been able to go around in almost 100 constituencies. What I have seen, you cannot believe what the NG-CDF has done. For example, we've been to Mheshimiwa Bayer's constituency, whereby a school has been built, a 4-story building, 4 buildings, big, using NG-CDF. You think that you are in alliance and you go to that school. And it is all done by NG-CDF. You go to Awendo, and where the students were passing is a big river, and one day they were swept, I think 20 or 30 of them, by the water, and NG-CDF constructed a bridge to the school for the children to be safe as they go to the school. So somebody dreaming that NG-CDF can end is just cheating himself, because this is the lifeline of all the constituencies, needy students, and the people. This year alone in September, in my constituency, I had 60 students who had been enrolled, called in the university, and they could not even be able to be admitted because they didn't have any school fees. So we had to recall them where they had been employed. 10 had been employed as house helps. We had to call them and pick them from where they are employed to be able to pay for them the startup fees to enter the university. 5 were employed looking after cattle. We had to pick them and take them to the university. Who could have taken those students to school if there was no money for NG-CDF? So I think the judges don't live in this country. So they should be told that surely they should be able to look around and see what NG-CDF had.
The Honorable Sirma, you're going to have the last bite on this.
So now,
honorable members,
thank you.
I don't have that luxury to give one person more because of the time. It was 1 hour. The speaker added 10 minutes. That time is lapsed.
Put it on. All right. Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity you have given me. Being the chair of the National Government Constituency Development Fund Committee of Parliament, I wish to thank the members who have contributed to this, and they have clearly shown that they mind about Kenyans, because Kenya is our country and we love it. I also want to thank the advocates of this House who gave pro bono service to this case. Mr. Speaker, I would say judges who dealt with this matter are failed Kenyans.
And we want to say that they should have just resigned today so that they can go and explain, or they could go and face Kenyans so that they know the pain Kenyans are going through in their villages. Mr. Speaker, this fund is an equalizer to all other funding in this country.
The member for Marakwet West, what's out of order?
Out of order. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Sirma has made a very serious remark that the judges must resign today. Honorable Speaker, is it in order, knowing too well that the procedure for removal of judges from office, that the Honorable Sirma makes a remark to the effect that the judges who made the ruling must resign, knowing that the judiciary in this country is independent and there is a procedure for removal from office of a judge. Honorable Speaker, that remark must be withdrawn and should not be on record.
Of course, Honorable Sirima, you must withdraw that remark, if indeed you made it.
I said they have failed Kenyans, and if their conscience is right.
Order. Honorable Sirima, did you say the judges must resign for making this judgment? Then did you say they must or should?
Should. I said they should, based on the consciousness of what they did against Kenyans.
Go ahead with your submission.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, CDF is an equalizer of development in this country. There are sections of this country who have been left behind, but CDF has brought them to be equal to other areas. Mr. Speaker, this fund is audited by 6 institutions. So therefore, when they say there is theft, I think it's a very wrong notion. Mr. Speaker, the judges mentioned that the CDF fund account managers, their term in the constituency is based on the term of parliament of the member of parliament. It is wrong, and they got it all wrong, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, all what we know is that according to the act, the fund managers are moved from one place to the other based on their performance in various areas. Mr. Speaker, also the mistake they have done is to say that we are dividing revenue based on the national cake of the country. We are only taking money from the national government section of the amount of money which are allocated to the national government. So, Mr. Speaker, all this is wrong, and we want to say the governors who have gone ahead to fund these cases against the CDF, Mr. Speaker, it is time we bite the bullet also, that we should also move a motion and amend the constitution to abolish these counties, because if there are people who are corrupt in this country, our governors, there is no governor who finishes his term without going through court as he goes home. So they have stolen and they have been found to be guilty in where they are. So, Mr. Speaker, it is time Kenyans thought about it and we amend the constitution, abolish the 47 counties and give us a lesser counties which are manageable with very few thieves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Few thieves, no thieves. Next order.
Order number 10, report on the consolidated fund services expenditures for the supplementary estimates 1 for the financial year 2024-2025. Mover to reply.
Honorable Makali Mulu, you are to reply to this motion.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by thanking all the members who contributed to this important motion. The motion on expenditures on the CFS, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, just to remind the members, because I know it's a long time since we debated this, in the supplementary budget 1, the CFS expenditures, Honorable Speaker, the only item which changed was the item on pensions, where we were requesting that we get additional 23 billion to take care of the arrears and also take care of some amount which had not been factored in for civil servants who have retired. So I want to appreciate the members, but it's worth also noting, Honorable Speaker, the CFS expenditures in totality have been increasing year in, year out. And what is happening, Honorable Speaker, that is really trying to restrict our fiscal space in terms of getting money to spend on other important activities in the country. So even as I reply to this motion, Honorable Speaker, it is important that all of us as Kenyans, and more so under the leadership of Treasury, it is important that we very closely monitor what is happening with our CFS expenditures. And the highest expenditure in this area is the public debt. So issues of public debt, Honorable Speaker, continue to be issues of concern, issues of national importance, and I think as a House, we should be also putting our voice into this matter so that we allow more fiscal space in terms of expenditure. With those many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I beg to reply and once more appreciate all the input from the honorable members. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I do reply.
Makalimulu, you want to come back?
Yeah, Honorable Speaker, I wanted to come back, and I want to, I'm standing on standing order number 53, Honorable Speaker, where I want to, 53, section 3, where I want to request that we defer the putting of this question to another day, Honorable Speaker, if you allow. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, honorable members. The decision on this motion is deferred to the next time the matter is listed in the order paper. Next order.
Order number 11, motion. Public petition on funds spent contrary to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution. Mover to reply.
The Honorable Mbai.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this evening I stand to reply to the motion which was occasioned by a petition which came to our committee regarding expenditure on public funds under Section 223 of our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, this was done. We went, we listened to the petitioner, we listened to several witnesses, we did our investigations, and we brought the report to the House. Consequently, we moved a motion, and Mr. Speaker, allow me to appreciate all the members who contributed to the motion, and also finally gave it a broader adoption for the report. Mr. Speaker, the country lost over 400 billion shillings from the report we tabled, and the House, Mr. Speaker, adopted the motion, and that gave a broader adoption, because we have 15 members of the committee, and the House has over 300 members. So, Mr. Speaker, for the members to sit in the House and give time to discuss and adopt this report, Mr. Speaker, it has given it a wider strength to prosecute the issues going forward, because now it has been forwarded. It will be forwarded to the Implementation Committee. Mr. Speaker, as I wind up, I'm grateful for even the leadership of the House. They all contributed, and from both sides, and also they did very well. Mr. Speaker, I beg to reply.
Is Honorable Mbai?
Yeah, Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, following standing order number 53.3, I beg we defer putting the question to another date.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mbai. Honorable members, just like the previous motion, the decision on this particular motion will be made the next time this particular matter is listed in the order paper. Next order.
Order number 12, the Coffee Bill, Senate Bill number 10 of 2023, second reading, resumption of debate.
Honorable members, debate on this bill had commenced, it had been moved, it had been seconded, and the Honorable Mogaka was on his feet. I know that he's in the House. This is the coffee bill, and this is a chance for those who want to do work for coffee to stand up. The Honorable Mary Massey, do you want to speak to the coffee bill?
Oh, I was queuing for a different one.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Ngusia. Honorable Gichimu, go ahead.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this coffee bill. Coffee bill is a very important, coffee is very important, a great item.
Order. No, Mawadi, who gave you the chance to speak? This chance is for the member for Honorable Gishimu of Gishugu.
Mr. Speaker,
You didn't even request for a chance.
I did. I've been waiting.
Order. Honorable Gishimu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for confirming that this chance belonged to me. There is only one Honorable Gishimu member for Gishugu in this parliament, so I was wondering. But, Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very, very important legislation for the people of Gishugu and Kirinyaga at large. Honorable Speaker, I'm a coffee farmer myself, and I also represent very many coffee farmers in my constituency. It's one of the backbones and one of the main economic activities in my constituency. And that is why it is very, very important for me to contribute to this bill. Honorable Speaker, this bill, in part, but before I contribute, let me first of all say that this bill came before this House, or a bill similar to this came before this House in the 12th Parliament, and this House deliberated on this bill. We ably passed the bill with amendments, as having gone all the relevant stages of the lawmaking, and it was subsequently submitted to the Senate, where it died before the lapse of the last Parliament. And it was revived in the Senate, and actually it captured most of the issues that we were able to deliberate in the 12th Parliament. So it's a good opportunity now that it has come early enough that we be able to debate on it and pass it into law so that the coffee farmers in this country can benefit out of this bill and this law after it has been signed as an act of parliament. Honorable Speaker, the establishment of the board is a very, very important aspect of this bill, which actually runs from section 4 to 22. But Honorable Speaker, while I agree with most of the provisions, I will be proposing an amendment to indicate that the nominees that are supposed to be nominated by the Council of Governors, who ought to have knowledge in coffee matters, also ought to be farmers. Because it is not defined what is knowledge in coffee matters. I might have just read a book about coffee, and that can make me a person who has a knowledge in coffee matters. So for the farmers to have better representation from the unions, from the Council of Governors, I believe those two nominees by the Council of Governors, on top of having knowledge in coffee matters, also ought to be farmers. Another area that I will also be seeking an amendment is to exempt the farmers who are appointed by the largest union of farmers or organization of farmers to have 3 years experience in management. That will lock so many farmers who can be qualified, because farmers are supposed to be, their experience is in farming. It is not in management. So, Honorable Speaker, that is an area that I feel we need to exempt that class of people, or farmers, so that they are not locked out of the board. Honorable Speaker, I'm also delighted to see that part of the functions of the board is on market intelligence and market promotions for coffee in the international market. And going through the mygovernment.co.ke, I've also seen an article whereby Keproba and AFA have already signed an agreement for export promotion and market intelligence in coffee matters. And that is a reform in the right direction towards promoting and helping our farmers in this country to be able to command the already established market, and also to create or to come up with the new markets so that our farmers can be able to increase their earnings. Because one of the problems that we've been facing is that we have over-relied on the traditional markets in the coffee sector. It is the right time we empower those agencies in this country who spend and use taxpayers' money like Keproba. Keproba was born out of merging of the Kenya Export Promotion Council and Brad Kenya, so that it can be strong enough to be able to market Kenyan products abroad, promote Kenyan products. And I think this is the high time that this agency is well funded so that it can take Kenya to the next level. Actually, in this country, Honorable Speaker, we have signed so many agreements. Yeah, we have signed the Kenya-EU trade agreements, the Kenya-UK trade agreements, but who is following up on these agreements to make sure that we utilize the chances that we have through this agreement so that we can be able to export as much as possible, build our forex, earn more money for our farmers. So I think this creates an opportunity for us, and especially in matters coffee, to have a body. And much as the board is also mandated in promotion and marketing of coffee, I think, and I will be proposing an amendment, that the 2%
that will be levied, that will be paid by the buyers, at least a slice of it ought to go to export promotion in matters coffee. And I think this will really, really help our farmers in solidifying the existing market and also the emerging ones. Honorable Speaker, I will also be proposing an amendment that we delete Section 8 or Clause 8Q, whereby it is proposing that the Cabinet Secretary can also assign other functions to the board. That will be leaving a very open check to the Cabinet Secretary. We should have exhaustive functions that have been given to the board, but we cannot leave the Cabinet Secretary to assign other functions. We cannot further delegate that function. It's only Parliament which has, the Cabinet Secretary can only make regulations, but cannot be left to give the board other functions. Honorable Speaker, there are many, many other areas that I will be looking at, and I'm also happy that the budget for cooperative society has been capped up to 10%, so that the cooperative society do not also exploit farmers. Because some of the cooperative society charge farmers up to even 25% of the proceeds to go to the expenses. This is a reform towards the right direction, and this is a bill worth supporting. There are many, many other amendments. Because it's a lengthy bill, I will not be able to cover each and every clause, but I will be proposing amendments that are pro-farmer, that will help farmers, and that will also help farmers to be able to earn more out of their sweat of coffee, which has been invaded by cartels for many years. It is the right time, and I'm happy also the Capital Markets Authority have also taken its place to sanitize that space of the coffee exchange. I support, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Member for Embakasi South. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute in this very important bill. It's way overdue in us putting back Kenya into the face or the competition of the coffee market. Let's consult. So, the formation of the Coffee Board of Kenya gives us an advantage, gives our farmers an advantage of being able to get a place. Not only can they hold their meeting, but also promote coffee and look for coffee market on behalf of the coffee farmers in the country. There are some points in this bill, though, that probably need a little bit of amendment and probably changing. Because on part 3, item number 23, talks about role of county government, And then A, it says, implement the national government policy relating to coffee. How can the county government implement the national government policy relating to coffee? That portion needs to be amended, as Mheshimiwa Gachagua has indicated a short while ago. Also, two additional items. I believe the licensing of a coffee farmer is not a bad idea, but the filing of the returns on a monthly basis is too demanding. It is putting too much on the coffee farmers. Let's allow for some of these policies to be generated by the board. Let's not micromanage the board. Having said that, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Honorable Luyai of Saboti. Okay. Honorable Oundo Funyula.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for this opportunity. Allow me, Honorable Speaker, to make my contribution from 3 points of view. The first point of view, Honorable Speaker, is that I'm a consumer of coffee. I like drinking coffee. Secondly, I'm a Kenyan. And for many, many years, coffee was considered the black gold of Kenya. Thirdly, Honorable Speaker, allow me also to make a contribution on the strength of my membership in the Loan Bill or Act of Parliament to regulate the coffee sector. The coffee sector has been on a down spiral for many, many years. And it's indeed important that this bill comes through. And I'm also commend members from the so-called Mount Kenya region, the Murima, for having spearheaded this agenda since the 12th Parliament. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I just want to make a few comments here and there in respect of the bill. First of all, Honorable Speaker, the bill essentially is an act of Parliament to provide for the establishment of Coffee Board of Kenya and the Coffee Research Institute, but more importantly, to provide for the roles of the national and county government, the regulation, development, and promotion of the coffee industry, and for connected purposes. Honorable Speaker, the bill has provisions that are going to be cumbersome. There are provisions in this bill that are going to be onerous to the coffee farmer and any player in the coffee sector. Yes, it's good to regulate, but Honorable Speaker, any form of overregulation kills the spirit and intent of the business. It will be necessary to relax some of the provided provisions here to such an extent that we make it an asset, since it's already an established industry, let it grow. Whatever the so-called cartels, the so-called malpractices, Honorable Speaker, are a creation of human being which you can cure by prayers by the Almighty God. Honorable Speaker, first of all, we start with the problem of definitions under Clause 2. For example, Honorable Speaker, coffee grower is defined as a person who cultivates coffee in Kenya. Is linked to a licensed pulping station and may be for purposes of licensing, include a cooperative society, coffee union, association, or an estate. What happens, Honorable Speaker, if I grow coffee as an ornamental crop? Does it mean that then it will be, I'll have to register, or even if just I grow it for purposes of my own consumption? Honorable Speaker, I also have issues with Clause 8, and I thought whoever the co-sponsor has been here, Clause 8, and this concerns the composition of members of the board. In Clause 8B2, it says those are elected under Clause Section 7, 1E and F, which are the two people for smallholder coffee growers, and F, and the largest association of estate growers. They say that person is only required to have a certificate of secondary education. Honorable Speaker, yesterday, there was an article in the newspaper, I think Daily Nation, from Kipra, which bemoaned that the poor productivity in the cultural sector is simply because the sector is dominated by persons of low academic qualification or educational levels. Honorable Speaker, we will not cure the malady, the malaise, the challenges in the coffee sector if we again entrench the stereotype that only people of low educational level who can participate in agriculture. We must open it up and probably enhance the level, because quite a number of MPs here are coffee growers and they are fairly educated, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, again, there are quite a number of, when you go to clause 15, which talks about the recruitment of the chief executive officer. I would have imagined that should be the collective responsibility of the board, so to speak, as a corporate body, instead of having that responsibility being undertaken by the boards of directors in their individual capacity or severally. Honorable Speaker, again, these are the areas that we need to move amendments. Honorable Speaker, in the absence, again, when you go to clause 21, in the absence of the chief executive officer, the documents of the company ought to be signed by the company secretary in the first instance, or in the absence of the company secretary, probably then a person appointed by the board. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the roles of the county governments, again, we are now in the constitutional moment, as was stated in the CDF Act, requiring the member in the county government to collaborate with law enforcement agencies to enhance security in the coffee growing area. It cannot work because a CEC, an extension officer or employed by the county government, cannot direct members of the National Police Service to undertake any service. Honorable Speaker, recently we passed here the county government uniform licensing bill that has to go back to Senate for mediation. It has got very elaborate procedures on licensing various businesses and various activities at the county level, and that's cuts across the entire country. Honorable Speaker, I would imagine any form of licensing should therefore follow the procedures set down in the bill to avoid duplication and to avoid granting, in some instances like clause 25, discretion to a county executive member to issue a license or to deny a license. Honorable Speaker, clause 30 provides that the board may license a laboratory. I am of the view, considered view, Honorable Speaker, that the board has no capacity to license a laboratory. The body authorized to license or accredit a laboratory is Kenya National Agricultural Services, KENAS. So obviously that amendment has to be done. Honorable Speaker, if you go through the various clauses of the bill, provides that the grower, the seller, the what, will be submitting returns every month. Honorable Speaker, this is cumbersome and necessarily too expensive. If you understand the coffee auction process, the coffee processing process, Honorable Speaker, requiring all actors to submit returns every month is cumbersome, it is not workable, and will have repetitive data that offers no value to statistics. Would therefore probably suggest in the committee of the whole House on the issue that probably they do it on a quarterly basis or any other frequency that the Cabinet Secretary, in consultation with the Council of Governors, might decide, might direct. Honorable Speaker, I'm happy there's the traceability component. I'm happy there is the issue that if there's has to be any form of blending, then it must be very clearly stated. Honorable Speaker, the coffee of Kenya. So any form of blending that devalues or dilutes the taste of coffee must be stopped completely. Honorable Speaker, let me thank whoever is involved. We will make amendments to make it far much better so that we have a better bill with us. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support the bill.
The Honorable Member of Parliament for Nandi, the woman rep for Nandi.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this very important bill on the floor of this House today. Honorable Speaker, I must state that Nandi County is a coffee growing area from a long time. And Honorable Speaker, if you ever happen to visit my house, there is one coffee tree that is used as a flower but produces very good quality of coffee. harvesting time comes, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is something that had ceased existing in some parts of Nandi that used to do very well in coffee because of the issues of the unpredictable prices and the lack of structures in the cooperatives and the selling of the coffee previously, Honorable Speaker. But Honorable Speaker, especially being the woman rep for Nandi, Honorable Speaker, and being keen on development and being keen on empowerment of women, we have a vibrant program called Mama na Kahawa. And Honorable Speaker, we distribute coffee seedlings. And in the first phase, Honorable Speaker, we distributed 100,000 coffee seedlings to women in Nandi County to be able to plant the coffee seedlings in small scale. Honorable Speaker, we are very ambitious this year, and we are already propagating coffee, 0.5 million seedlings to be distributed for the planting season of May, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, that brings me to the point that this particular bill has come at a very good time, Honorable Speaker, and it is a very important bill, Honorable Speaker, regarding for the farmers of coffee. Honorable Speaker, coffee has been called the gold in this, the black gold, Honorable Speaker. And it is given that name, Honorable Speaker, because if you look at the earnings of coffee, Honorable Speaker, you cannot compare it with earnings from other crops, Honorable Speaker. They are fairly okay, but the coffee one, Honorable Speaker, is very good. Honorable Speaker, this bill has come at the right time so that we can be able to sort out the teething problems that we have in the coffee sector. So that, Honorable Speaker, we can be able to then ensure that the farmers of coffee in this country, Honorable Speaker, are able to earn as much money as the coffee fetches outside there, Honorable Speaker. This bill, Honorable Speaker, with the provisions that has, of course, with a few amendments, Honorable Speaker, is able to help us go ahead and strike a balance between the price of the cherry that the farmer gives to the cooperative, Honorable Speaker, during collection, and the cost of the coffee in the cup, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it's surprising that a single spoon of coffee, Honorable Speaker, is costing us more than 400 shillings in the cafes, Honorable Speaker. But the farmer who actually tills the land, who procures the seedling, who actually tends to the crop, who actually goes ahead and pick the cherry, and of course, Honorable Speaker, is sure to take care of the cherry, Honorable Speaker, all the way to processing, is earning 1% of what one spoon, Honorable Speaker, of coffee is costing. And Honorable Speaker, looking at this bill and the provisions that herein, it is clear, Honorable Speaker, that we are going to bridge the gap between the coffee, the cherry, and the coffee in our cups, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I'm very happy about the direct settlement schemes that is actually properly anchored in this particular bill, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we've had a problem with our farmers waiting for so long for their money after the coffee has been sold. And I'm happy, Honorable Speaker, that with this bill, we are going to ensure that a farmer is paid immediately the coffee is sold, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this is a move that will get our farmers out of the circles of debts and loans, Honorable Speaker, that you are always asking for loans to pay farmers, and when the money comes, you are actually paying loans and the farmers wait longer. And I'm pleased with that, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, for a very long time, we've been witnessing issues of theft of coffee either on the road or in the storage, Honorable Speaker. And I am happy that this particular bill gives us a police unit that is able to guard this coffee, whether in the store or the warehouse or when it is on transit to where they are going to be sold, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, this will help us to cut the organized crime, I would say, because when you follow the trail of the stolen coffee, it ends up somewhere, and that somewhere, Honorable Speaker, happens to be someone who deals with coffee anyway in the end. So I am very pleased with that. Lastly, Honorable Speaker, I am happy about the introduction of a common structure. The common structure, Honorable Speaker, will help us manage the coffee sector properly and make sure that we are able to run it smoothly. Honorable Speaker, you are aware that the cooperatives in this country that deal with coffee, even the one in my village, as small as the structures are, as small as the institution is, keep and handle a lot of money. But you find that this particular cooperative does not even have an accountant, a proper accountant. There's a volunteer who just volunteers to do the math using a book that they have just drawn some lines in between it. And they also don't have auditors. Auditors that should be able to audit these accounts and be able to protect and take care of the farmers when the money hits the accounts of these cooperatives. And Honorable Speaker, we need that. I am happy about that particular part. And the proper records of farmers, especially for my county. We do not have a comprehensive record of the number of cooperatives that are handling coffee, and we have coffee being sold through those cooperatives. Honorable Speaker, that tells you we are also losing a lot of revenue because of that lack of data in that particular sector. I am also happy about the quality of coffee standardization, Honorable Speaker, not really standardization, but enhancing, because we have provisions here, Honorable Speaker, that will see to it that at least some studies and the mixing of the coffee, Honorable Speaker, will be looked into so that we have very high quality coffee coming from our farms, and our people are able to get value for their farming. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this particular bill, albeit the amendments that we need to make, Honorable Speaker, because I noted with concern that this coffee industry is an industry that evolves every other time. It's an industry that actually needs a lot of expertise. It's an industry that needs people who run it, who understand what happens, and actually are professionals. Honorable Speaker, I support, or rather I will also be supporting the amendment on the qualifications, Honorable Speaker, because if we want to reap very good and very well from this sector, we must also equally invest in it. Investing in it with our professionals, ensuring that the people that we send there or the people that we second there in those boards, Honorable Speaker, are able to handle the issues of the coffee farmers, they are able to handle the emerging issues in the coffee sector so that our people can fetch the best prices and they can be able to do better coffee farming going into the future. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this particular bill with those amendments that will be coming through. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
MP for Saboti, Luai. Honorable Luai.
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support this bill that has emanated from the Senate, which means it touches on the county government. And then the Honorable Speaker, coffee is one of those crops that have made agriculture to be the backbone of the Republic of Kenya in terms of the economy, but due to mismanagement, agriculture is now being one of the poorest performing areas of our economy. And the Coffee Board is one of those institutions that are supposed to help us revitalize this very important industry. We come back to the global market. Honorable Speaker, from the functions that have been outlined in this bill, the board will now regulate and promote the development of this coffee industry. There exist several of these institutions in this country. In fact, the other time we did amalgamation of all these boards into what we now call the Agricultural Food Authority. And now we are even thinking going back to their respective. We amalgamated coffee, we amalgamated the sugar, tea, pyrethrum, cashew nuts, and what have you, into one body called AFA. But you can see their independent boards are also seeking their autonomy, so that they are regulated differently. We cannot amalgamate crops that makes agriculture the backbone of our economy into one body that is susceptible to cartels, that is susceptible to mismanagement, and eventually losing out on agriculture. Honorable Speaker, I come from a highly agricultural area of Trans Nzoia, and the farmers are becoming disillusioned every other day. I have a farmer friend who used to grow maize in his large tract of land. Later on, the maize was not performing well because of the cartelism. He tried to put sugar cane. Of course, there is also cartels in the sugar. He uprooted. He started growing tea. He went to napier grass, surprisingly. So he has been shifting from one crop to another. Of course, trying to make a kill out of farming, unsuccessfully. He tries also coffee, you find there are also cartels there. So there is cartelism in our agriculture across all the the crops. And when I see such bills that try to regularize, I see an iota of hope that Kenyans are now waking up to the reality that we cannot compete globally. Kenya is no longer a global destination for some of these crops, and we've been overtaken by other countries. Why? Basically because they've been able to regularize their industry. We have well-registered farmers, database, proper linkages, well-coordinated boards, proper surveillance with also compliance to the laws and relevant policies. This one basically gives the market out there a lot of confidence in the country. And of course, the market is looking for a better regulated industry. When we look at what is happening across the borders, we see other countries are performing better in areas that we were number one. And we have been overtaken. People have found new ways, farming. People are going into mechanized farming, and we are still into subsistency. So, Honorable Speaker, it is a high time that we need to refocus. Agriculture is still the backbone of the Republic. We cannot stay and leave our agriculture to the global market forces, and eventually will be pulled out of the market in terms of the agricultural products. So, Honorable Speaker, I support the regulations of the coffee, establishment of the coffee, and even the linkages with the county government. Coffee has been there, of course the boards have been there, but the county governments did not envisage where agriculture will be devolved, and therefore they be part and parcel of the legislation at the county level. And therefore it is important to provide linkages between the national boards, what happens at the national level, and what goes on, because basically county governments are in close touch with the farmers. We see knee-jerk reactions to issues that affect farmers, but when we have a regularized board that is properly linked to the local structures of the county government, Honorable Speaker, will be putting some hope to the farmers. And these crops, especially sugar, where I come from, sugar has just become a political fodder. Every time you are either going home, you are getting elected by talking about sugar, Mumia's sugar, or you'll be going home because you've not talked about it. So it's just become a political fodder, nothing much. In fact, leaders tend to leave it that way, so that they use it for politics for time immemorial. It has always been used for politics, and there's no sight. There's no solution in sight. So, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support and even encourage our colleagues to improve in other crops, not just coffee. We have tea. Farmers who are suffering across the country, Kenya Tea Board. We have pyrethrum. People don't know that pyrethrum is a very major crop in this country. We have cashew nuts at the coast. We have sisal. We have maize that is almost now leaving us. We are now a net importer of maize when we are supposed to be an exporter. Brazil has done so well in these crops. Is there also a way that we can learn from these the South American countries that have done so well? Brazil, Chile, Argentina, they are doing so well in these areas of maize, coffee, and all that. These are some of the crops that were during the slavery period when the Americans were selling coffee and the sugar to the Britons. And the Britons, on the other hand, were giving them the slaves. So this is one of the oldest crops. They were actually one of those crops that were being used in the transatlantic slave trade. The trans means triangular. So when the Britons were giving the slaves, the Americans were giving the coffee and the sugar, and us Africans were giving them the slaves. As bad as it looks, but that's how it used to be. And this is an important crop that has been there since time immemorial. I beg to support. Honorable Speaker, thank you.
The Honorable Kaguchia John.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, the issue of coffee is such an important issue to the Republic of Kenya, as we all are aware that coffee is one of the major foreign earner in this country. It helps us a lot to ensure that we have a balance of trade in Kenya and to ensure that we stabilize the dollar rate in our country, ensure that we can be able to have an exchange rate that is stable, especially because we are earning foreign exchange. Honorable Speaker, one of the greatest problems that we have had, and which I appreciate that there is now Bill 6 to cure, is that in this country, when you're a farmer and you farm your coffee, the person who takes that coffee from your factory, in a way, disappears with that coffee in such a way that you cannot question them, in a way that you cannot discuss with them. The moment they leave the gate of your factory, at that point in time, you are separated 100% and fully from your own coffee that you have farmed, from your own sweat. And your hopes are now kept on a stranger, a person whom you have no understanding about, a person that you don't know. And more often than not, a person who has capacity to capture the people who are elected in those coffee factories to be your leaders in such a way that they are compromised in many times. And so many farmers have despaired over the years, and for that reason, they have refused to farm coffee. One of the problems we find is that once the coffee leaves the factory, the person who then stores that coffee is the same person who mills that coffee, is the same person who does the marketing for the same coffee, is a person who will do the grading for the coffee, is a person who will then take that coffee to the auction. And when the coffee is again in the auction, is a person who comes as a buyer using a different name or a different company. Honorable Speaker, that is a predicament that we find ourselves in, and that is a predicament that we must cure. That is a problem that we must remove from the coffee farmers. We must separate the duties of every stage, so much so that the person who transports that coffee doesn't store the coffee. The person who stores the coffee doesn't mill the coffee. The person who mills the coffee does not market the coffee. The person who markets the coffee does not buy that coffee. And of course, then we also introduce, and I'm happy that we have introduced the issue of regulation through the CMA, so that the Nairobi Coffee Exchange is properly regulated like any other exchange in this country, in such a way that we do not have people short-circuiting the process. Honorable Speaker, this bill is very important because it is establishing the Coffee Board of Kenya. It is also allowing us to license these different players in the market in their own levels or in their own categories, in a way that they do not take all the functions together. Honorable Speaker, we have had situations where a person has tasted and graded coffee in a wrong way, and they do that willingly and knowingly. And of course, eventually, when they go to export the coffee, they regrade the coffee according to the correct grades. And in that manner, our coffee farmers lose. And that is why we are saying this licensing of different functions must take place, so that the person who is going to export this coffee is not the one who graded. So we remove that conspiracy. And that is going to be very important at this particular stage. Honorable Speaker, it's also important that we are going to look at this bill together with also the cooperative bill, so that we ensure that at the factory level, we also have transparency with the people who are running our coffee factories. We know very well that many of them have taken coffee factories to be like their own personal property, whereby they make decisions that are not very helpful to the farmer. Honorable Speaker, we have had many times when the people who are running the cooperatives have borrowed money from commercial banks at very high interest rates, and sometimes they want to top up for the farmer to hoodwink or to lie to the farmer that they have a good rate. the farmer then ends up paying so much interest rates on that loan. I'm happy we have the cherry fund now. We must ban all the coffee cooperatives from borrowing money, either commercially or non-commercially. That must be banned, because every coffee cooperative can operate without loans, indeed. Because why do you need a loan? I mean, coffee is delivered to your factory, and you're able to take care of the overheads using the proceeds from the same coffee. Why do you need to take a commercial loan, which ends up bringing huge losses to our farmers? Instead of these loans, these coffee factories have big tracts of land. Let every coffee factory make use of that land. Let them plant model farms. Let them plant their own coffee bushes to be model farms. Let them harvest from those model farms. Let them use the proceeds of sales from those coffee bushes to take care of their overheads in the factories. I mean, it's possible. And this is something that we have suggested even in Nyeri County. And I want to believe that the county government of Nyeri, of course, will be able to take up this seriously and ensure that we support our coffee factories so that we have this kind of proceeds supporting our coffee farmers at the coffee factories. Honorable Speaker, we must also in this law ensure that we have support for the farmers through ensuring that we have farm inputs. We have modernization of our coffee factories, machineries that they are using. We must ensure that we have the fertilizer and the coffee inputs taken directly to the coffee factories, not taken to some far-flung areas where farmers have again to spend so much money to go and get these inputs and the fertilizer. Honorable Speaker, the issue of transparency, as we have said, in operations of every coffee factory must be put on the table. Honorable Speaker, I have had a lot of input coming from very many farmers in Mukurweini. For example, had Nixon Gumu, who has written me very long messages about what he thinks need to be in this law. Honorable Speaker, I believe that these are things that we are able to manage at this particular point so that we have a law that is going to allow transparency in our coffee factories. Honorable Speaker, we must ensure that any coffee cooperative society that has its leadership that is exposed to corruption or that misuses and abuses farmers' money must also be subjected to the anti-corruption bodies, the DCI, and all the bodies that deal with the issue of integrity in this country, Honorable Speaker, so that we can ensure that our farmers are able to reap from their own sweat and that farmers are able to benefit from the coffee that they are selling. Honorable Speaker, it is possible to ensure that the coffee that we are farming is earning our farmers sufficient money to ensure that they are self-employed, especially in a country where the issue of employment has become a big problem and it's something that many people are not able to get. We must ensure that this coffee farming is put in a fashionable manner so that even our young people can be able to embrace coffee farming. We know very well that if we farm coffee in the right way, in a way that is well organized and well planned, we believe that 1 acre of land of coffee can be able to give us so much resources, especially for a young person who seeks employment. And they may not need to go out of their villages or even out of their own areas because they're going to get sufficient resources from this coffee. Honorable Speaker, I am a person who believes in coffee farming. I believe that is able to give us so much resources. And I believe that if we support our farmers in the right manner, then of course we are going to get resources sufficient to sustain many families and ensure that we have improved the quality of life for our farmers. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the time given.
MP for Obuye, Wanyama.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. This coffee bill gives hope to the coffee farmers who have been suffering in the hands of cartels. Where I come from in Bungoma County, and I can remember those old days, it is one of the counties that even gave some money to the colonial government
because of the coffee society that was doing very well. And until when the cartels entered into this coffee sellout, that is where now we all got it wrong. This bill, therefore, comes to give hope to very many farmers who had given up in life, because the cartels have always taken the sweat of farmers instead of farmers reaping from their sweat. And therefore, I stand to support this bill, because Kenya had got it wrong when we didn't have any means to protect our farmers from these grabblers, people who organize even crimes to steal coffee from the societies, and it ends up in the hands of people who do not have even a stem of coffee. Therefore, this bill gives a lot of hope to very many farmers, and it will actually activate the economy in terms of foreign exchange, because this is a crop that earns through foreign exchange, and it will better the economy of this country. Therefore, we want to encourage farmers that with the passage of this bill, all is well, and we want to encourage farmers to come up and actually take care of their stems, because things are now going to work out, and all the cartels will be brought to book, and therefore give farmers the value for their money. I support, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Member of Parliament for Kigumo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I rise to support the bill, and I think I come from a constituency where all my wards, we have coffee farmers. And the unfortunate bit about coffee is that the farmer has become a slave because of the long chain of middlemen who've encroached on the coffee crop. And I think this bill is trying to remove that nuisance so that the farmer ultimately is the biggest beneficiary of coffee. One of the challenges we've had is where we've had people who act as brokers, as marketers, as buyers, as sellers, and they are the same person, setting the price, grading the coffee, and that means that you can't be able as a farmer to know what grade your coffee should be. Ideally, this should be separated, and I think this is coming to do that. So that the licensing of brokers, the licensing of buyers is done separately, so that CMA, the board, and also county governments are able to play their role in terms of licensing. We are also happy because this bill is bringing the issue of the direct sale. And what we've had previously is where the farmer only can, the coffee is only sold through an auction. And direct selling means that you can go and look for a buyer. If you get a buyer with better prices, then you're able to sell your coffee at the price that you think would be beneficial to your farmer or to your crop. Also, the issue of having a fixed percentage of fees in terms of the 2% that the bill seeks to introduce, so that every farmer knows how much money they'll get. And we are happy that this bill proposes that the coffee can only change hands once the farmer has the money in their account. Because in the current circumstances, the farmers give the coffee, it's collected at the factory, and once they deliver, that is it. They'll have to wait for millennia so that they can do whether their coffee was a good grade, how much it was sold at, and it changes hands without the farmer's input. This bill is trying to cure that nuisance, and we are in support of that. Previously, the money that the farmer gets is determined by how much money the societies have been able to remove or deduct. Because there's been no law where a society is supposed to give a farmer a specific amount of money. So the farmer all the time receives what remains after all the costs, including those unplanned loans that societies take. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this is something that is very, very important, because you cannot have authority or societies which are unregulated who decide how much they charge the farmer, who go and get loans without the farmer's contribution. They go and pay interest rates that are not agreed with the farmer, and then the balance or lack thereof is what the farmer is supposed to get. I think this is something that should be looked at. Lastly, the issue of having a coffee research institute so that farmers and Kenyans can be encouraged, including young Kenyans. They plant coffee because it's a plant that they know will have a return. And the foreign exchange that we learn through the coffee sale will help this government. But importantly, is having better breed or better crop of the coffee tree so that each person can plant the coffee tree that is suitable for their region, and they can be able to get better input for their coffee. I also think that this will encourage more people to plant coffee, because with the Research Institute, we are sure that the coffee output per crop will increase from the current 2 kgs to about 5 kgs, and that's possible. And then the more return the farmer gets, I think will be encouraging to other farmers. So, Mr. Speaker, I rise and I support the bill so that our Kenyan coffee farmer can get what their rightful due should be from their farming. I thank you.
I don't see any other interest registered by any other member who wants to contribute on this bill. Under the circumstances, I'll call upon the mover to reply. Mover is the majority leader. A majority leader is supposed to reply to this bill or motion. Okay, we'll defer the reply of the majority leader to another appropriate date. You put it on the order paper at the time when the majority leader is around. Next order is proceed.
Order number 13, the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024, second reading.
I understand the Honorable Naomi, you want this, oh, it's you. Okay, proceed. You wanted this to be deferred to another date. Can you give him the mic? Give the mic to the Honorable KJ, MP for the Dagoretti South. Yeah, he's got it now. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, understanding just how much government business is pending, I think it would just be in order for us to move the bill, and members can, catch on as they join us, Mr. Speaker.
You're sure about that?
I'll consult with the chair for a minute before
Okay.
I move.
Okay, come. Honorable MP for the Dagoretti South, the chair.
Honorable Speaker, this is a bill that would have been moved by the Leader of Majority, but ably prosecuted by the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation. And we are in agreement that we are able to move this at this time, and that's what I will do, Honorable Speaker. I'll proceed and move this.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Technopolis Bill of 2024 be read a second time. And I want to take this time to commend the Committee on Communication, Information and Innovation, who have applied themselves fully in the processing of this bill. They have even taken time to not only prosecute what was presented by the ministry, but to put in their bills. Not only did they put in their bills, this committee has even taken its time to travel all the way to Konza to see one existing Technopolis that is in the making, that is the Konza Technopolis bill, from where this idea stemmed from. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, Vision 2030 was very intent on transitioning Kenya into a knowledge-based economy. And to achieve this goal, it is crucial to establish a seamless flow of information and knowledge between academia and the enterprise sector and the corporate sector. And this government recognizes the need to take leadership in creating an environment that fosters this knowledge. Honorable Speaker, the Konza Technopolis is a Kenya Vision 2030 flagship project under the economic pillar, where the goal is to improve the lives of all Kenyans by achieving an average of 10% GDP growth rate per annum and sustaining the same until the year 2030. The project aims to develop Konza Technopolis as a globally competitive smart city by creating an enabling environment through utilization of information, communication, and technology for social economic development. Honorable Speaker, this House would recall that there was a legal notice number 23, 5th of April 2012, that established the Konza Technopolis Development Authority, also known as KOTDA, and it was tasked to coordinate the planning, the development, and the development of the Konza Technopolis in a 5,000-acre land at Konza. And Konza sits right between three counties, the county of Kajiado, the county of Machakos, and the county of Makueni. And it is on this 5,000-acre land at Konza that Konza Technopolis sits, and it is intended to integrate infrastructural facilities. It is also administering and managing the Technopolis operations, regulating and approving of investment activities and land leasing in the area. Now, Honorable Speaker, the Konza Technopolis Development Authority, in its form as it was presented, comes into headwinds when we realize that KOTDA had a life of 10 years, Mr. Speaker. However, when they are leasing land, the land leases go up to 90 years, Mr. Speaker. And this sets a problem for KOTDA in the form and manner as it exists. Honorable Speaker, as you're aware, the government, through its bottom-up economic transformation agenda, recognizes the crucial role that the digital economy plays in accelerating the country's economic transformation agenda. And so this bill intends and proposes for the establishment of Technopolis to energize a robust ICT-driven economy towards meeting the 21st century's needs, and the Technopolis Development Authority to drive this country towards achieving its economic development objectives as outlined in Kenya Vision 2030. Over and above the Kenya Vision 2030 and the bottom-up economic transformation agenda, Mr. Speaker, the Kenya Kwanza administration has also formulated the Kenya Digital Superhighway Program, a project that is ongoing. And Mr. Speaker, this bill shall come in a great way to support the implementation of this digital superhighway. Honorable Speaker, this bill that I present before this House seeks to provide a comprehensive framework for the establishment of a Technopolis in Kenya and to create Technopolis Development Authority, which will be responsible for the development, the governance, the planning, the management, the improvement, and the maintenance of every Technopolis established. As we speak today, there is only one Technopolis, and that is Konza Technopolis, which is under the Konza Technopolis Development Agency. But with this bill, Mr. Speaker, nothing stops us from having a Technopolis in Wajir, in Mandera, in Kisii, in Tharaka, in Dagoretti, if land allows, Mr. Speaker. And so this is a bill that seeks to expand a good idea into an even better idea. Honorable Speaker, The bill that I moved this afternoon has 65 clauses, and it seeks to transition the former Konza Technopolis Development Authority to the new Technopolis Development Authority. And you can see that it is tactful, Mr. Speaker, that we are removing the word Konza so that we allow for the establishment of other Technopolis beyond the one that exists in Konza. And it shall also be seeking to revoke the state corporations, and this is the Konza Technopolis Development Authority Order of 2012. Mr. Speaker, Part 1, and this is in Clause 3 of this bill, outlines the objectives of the legislation as to provide for the establishment, the development, and the management of a technopolis in a designated geographical area to create conducive environment to attract and retain world-class talent by providing state-of-the-art infrastructure, position a technopolis as a premier destination for technology-driven businesses, research institutions, innovation ecosystems, provide for adoption of sustainable environmental practices and technologies within a technopolis, offer incentives and other forms of government support to encourage investments in a technopolis and support the development of Kenya's knowledge-based economy. Mr. Speaker, I have moved in this House a motion seeking to institute a science museum in the Republic. And such an idea finds its place in such a bill, Mr. Speaker, in such a place when we establish this technopolis, they can also house some of these developments up to and including a science museum. Honorable Speaker, Part 2, and these are clauses 4 to 15 of the bill, establish Technopolis Development Authority, whose primary function is to develop and manage Technopolis in Kenya. And this part also provides for the board of the authority the qualifications of appointment for the chief executive officer and his functions, and for the office of the corporation secretary of the authority. Honorable Speaker, Part 3 of this bill provides for the establishment of a technopolis by the cabinet secretary through a notice in the Gazette, and for the development of a high technology innovation system at a technopolis by the authority. And Clause 17 seeks to provide features of a technopolis which are globally acceptable norms and standard of a technopolis, which distinguish Technopolis Smart City from other areas and cities. Mr. Speaker, it is in this part of the bill that we are able to define distinctly what a technopolis is and what differentiates a technopolis from the 5 cities that we have in the country. Mr. Speaker, a technopolis is worlds apart from what we have established, from what has developed from municipalities, localities, and so on. A technopolis is designed specifically to undertake the responsibilities and roles as prescribed in this bill. Mr. Speaker, Clause 18 of this bill provides for a buffer zone of a technopolis, and it outlines the development control measure to prevent urban sprawl and to ensure seamless integration to a technopolis. The clause allows expansion of a technopolis to accommodate auxiliary services not provided for within a technopolis. Mr. Speaker, this is critical. We are seeing the problems that we are running into with cities like Nairobi, where a city that was placed in a most unlikely place finds itself in problems when it has to expand. Nairobi City found itself in a swamp, Mr. Speaker, developed at a time of La Nina. And when the El Ninos came, very early on as the city was being established, the people who established Nairobi City realized that they were in problems. And the problems that were observed right at the onset when Nairobi City was being instituted exist to date, Mr. Speaker, that we have a city that sits in an undrainable swamp, a city that today if El Nino happens, we all know what happens. We are not even able to drain this city. But even more importantly, the question still begs whether if you wanted to expand Nairobi in a way where you are providing for public transport, for example, underground, whether the water table in Nairobi would allow for that. And this is the point that is informing Clause 18 when we talk about having a buffer zone around the Technopolis, which will allow for proper expansion, but also prevent unwanted sprawl or urban sprawl when other areas around the Technopolis are developing. Mr. Speaker, the Clause 19 of this bill allows the authority to develop a high technology ecosystem to create synergies for co-creation, collaboration, and innovation within a Technopolis and achieve the objectives of a Technopolis. Mr. Speaker, the Committee on Communication, Information, and Innovation has in its own motion visited Konza Technopolis. And I can report to this House that beyond just the horizontal infrastructure that is now almost complete, vertical infrastructure is happening at the city, Mr. Speaker. The development is at a very advanced stage. But even more importantly, the technology that is being used at Konza Technopolis to manage traffic, to bring in water, to manage that water in the offices and the homes within Konza, but even more importantly, to put out grey water and dirty water out of homes, is all smart systems, Mr. Speaker. And so, Clause 19 allows for this authority to be able to develop high technology ecosystems that are not only physical, but are also driven by the people who shall be resident in this city so that they are able to co-create, to be able to collaborate, and able to innovate within this Technopolis. Mr. Speaker, Clause 20 provides for a one-stop shop to facilities that is the doing of business in a Technopolis by ensuring administration of government services and regulatory essentials under one roof. Clause 21 of this bill, Mr. Speaker, allows the authority to establish Technopolis Small Enterprise Support Center, which shall be supporting the incubation and growth of small enterprises, utilizing high-tech and emerging technologies drawn from the innovation ecosystem. And Mr. Speaker, it might be worth noting that this is not Kenya dreaming or Kenya building castles in the air. These things do exist elsewhere, Mr. Speaker. If you take the example of Silicon Valley, out there in the US, you can see what it is that Kenya is visioning to do. But even more importantly, Mr. Speaker, as earlier reported, what we are talking about is already in the offing in Konza. And I would advise any member of this House to visit Konza and see what is happening in that very beautiful technological corner of this country. Mr. Speaker, Part 4, and these are clauses 22 to 27 of the bill, contain provisions for development control in a Technopolis and for the application, approval, and revocation of a development permit. Mr. Speaker, it is in this part that the bill gives the authority power to approve development plans submitted by investors to the authority in compliance with the master plan to ensure a Technopolis is planned, zoned, and developed as per globally accepted standards. Mr. Speaker, this part also seeks to provide for a review and appeal mechanism for grievances resulting from the decisions made by the authority in regard to development permits. Mr. Speaker, Clause 27 of this bill creates an offense for non-compliance and specifies sanctions and legal consequences which are imposed on a person for non-compliance with development permits requirements in a Technopolis. Mr. Speaker, this becomes very important. And I'm glad that I see engineers in the House this evening, Mr. Speaker. And engineers will tell you that if you do not provide for management of growth of cities, you might end up running into the problems that we are having in a city like Nairobi, Mr. Speaker, where you're not sure what plans can be approved and what plans cannot be approved. So you shall find an ECD school next to a maternity wing, next to a cemetery, sitting next to a hospital, and so on and so forth, Mr. Speaker. So Part 4 of this bill provides for orderly management in the development of a technopolis. Mr. Speaker, Part 5 of the bill contains the licensing provisions. The bill outlines under Clause 28 the requirements for a person intending to apply for a license to operate or carry out business activities in a technopolis and gives the authority power to grant exemption. Under Clause 29 of this bill, the authority is allowed to issue different classes of licenses to ensure alignment to different strategic focus areas and master plan of a technopolis. This bill also gives the authority the discretion to issue licenses and provide for renewal of a license before the expiry of the validity period under Clause 30, and the bill provides for the suspension or revocation of licenses where a person has, among other things, contravened any of the conditions of the license. Honorable Speaker, Part 6 of the bill contains the enforcement provisions, including sanctions for non-compliance with the Act, and Clause 37 of this bill gives the authority the power to undertake inspections in a technopolis to ensure compliance with the development control and licensing requirements, and the bill also outlines the enforcement sanctions for breach of any provision of the bill and requires the authority to comply with the provisions of the Fair Administration Acts 2015 under Clause 39 and 38, which I know would be of import to you, Mr. Speaker, as a lawyer, knowing the need for fair administrative actions. Honorable Speaker, Part 8 of the bill contains the financial provisions, including the sources of the monies for the authority, the annual estimates, and financial reporting mechanisms. Honorable Speaker, Part 9 of this bill contains provisions relating to the Technopolis Dispute Resolution Tribunal, a tribunal that shall be established to determine appeals from decisions of the authority on licensing, development, control, and any enforcement decision. This part allows appeals to be made from decisions of the tribunal to the High Court within 30 days. And Clause 51 mandates the Judicial Service Commission to appoint staff at the tribunal as appropriate. And Clause 52 also allows the expenses of the tribunal to be paid out of the Judiciary Fund. Mr. Speaker, Clause 57 of this bill obligates the tribunal to formulate its procedure for the determination of appeals placed before it for determination. And Clause 58 outlines the powers of the tribunal that are necessary for it to adjudicate matters. In terms of decision-making, the bill allows the tribunal under Clause 59 to confirm or set aside the order or decision of the authority in question or make such other order as it may seem or deem just. Clause 60, Mr. Speaker, provides for the right of appeal of a decision of the tribunal to the High Court within 30 days of the decision, and Clause 61 empowers the Chief Justice to formulate practice rules and procedures for the tribunal. Honorable Speaker, the final two clauses, Clause 10, and this is Part 10, sorry, and these are clauses 62 to 65 of the bill, contain the general provisions. And these include provisions relating to the power of the Cabinet Secretary to make regulations, to the power to make provisions relating to the power of the Cabinet Secretary to make regulations, operationalize the provision of the Act, incentives applicable to a technopolis, and all that is carried with the provisions that are relating to the powers of the Cabinet Secretary. Mr. Speaker, in Clause 65, in Clause 64, where a convicted person is liable on conviction to a fine not exceeding 2 million shillings or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years or both. Under Clause 65, the bill provides for general penalties for offenses of non-compliance and for carrying out business activity within a technopolis without a license or exemption where on conviction the person is liable to a fine not exceeding 5 million shillings or to imprisonment to a term not exceeding 5 years or both. Honorable Speaker, Part 11 contains the transitional and saving provisions. Mr. Speaker, I think it would be important to realize that there existed an authority by the name of the Konza Technopolis Development Authority, and which need to provide for the transition to the new Technopolis Development Authority so that we are able to safeguard the gains made by COTDA and also to ensure the expertise and regulatory aspects made are seamlessly transitioned. Through the transition clauses, Mr. Speaker, the bill preserves the existing rights and obligations, including the contracts, the staff, chief executive officer, the board of directors, and ensures that a member of staff and the board of the former authority in office continues to members of staff and the board of the new authority. Clause 67 revokes the state corporation, and that is the Konza Technopolis Development Authority Order of 2012. Mr. Speaker, these clauses are important to give confidence and to give assurance not only to the publics, but also to the people who are already serving under COTDA, so that they know that with the establishment of the Technopolis bill, we are not rendering them obsolete, neither are we rendering them jobless, but even more importantly, that the operations that have been going on at the Konza do not stall or run into transitional issues. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I would therefore wish to urge the honorable members to support this bill so that we can have a comprehensive legal framework for the establishment of a Technopolis in Kenya, so that we are able to accelerate the knowledge economy and innovation, advance science, technology, and innovation through technological hubs, thus positioning Kenya as a global technological hub. This bill also creates a Technopolis Development Authority, which will be responsible for the development, the governance, the planning, and the management, and the improvement, maintenance of every Technopolis that shall be established. Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of members like the Honorable Raphael Wanjala, who I know is very keen to know where the world is going, it is to report to this House, Mr. Speaker, that as we speak, we are already in what is being referred to as the 4IR. This is the fourth industrial revolution, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, being that it is a fourth industrial revolution, it must mean then there must have been 3 other industrial revolutions that came before it. But where was Africa when we were mechanizing, Mr. Speaker, in the first industrial revolution? Where was Africa when electricity became a driver for the second industrial revolution? Mr. Speaker, where was Africa when computers were taking over in the dot-com revolution that we call the third industrial revolution? When we are coming into this fourth industrial revolution, Africa ought to take its rightful place. And this bill, Mr. Speaker, can well midwife this country to a place where Kenya takes a pole position in this new race that shall be driven by data. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, data representation is a great concern. I am seeing people utilizing technology like artificial intelligence with ChatGPTs in their hands. But what data is inside these gadgets that we're using? This is data that totally misrepresents Africa because we have not fed data into these language models and into these data sets that are driving the revolution. So, Mr. Speaker, we might find ourselves as a continent in a very dangerous place where Africa is totally wiped out of the data representation race if we do not take steps like the steps that we're taking with the establishment of Technopolis. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, in a Technopolis, we give opportunity for the people of this country, and especially the young and innovative Kenyans, to be a part of developing, of collecting, of collating, and organizing data that shall drive and fuel the fourth industrial revolution in such a way that we are giving opportunity to our young people, but even more importantly, getting our data onboarded onto the world platforms in the formation of language models that will inform the fourth industrial revolution. Mr. Speaker, we would not want a situation where our young people are condemned to what I would call digital plantations. Africa suffered. Africans in diaspora suffered when the colonization was happening, when slave trade was happening. Our people were condemned to cotton plantations. When the white man came to Kenya, we were just discussing the coffee bill. Our people were condemned to coffee plantations. In this digital race, Mr. Speaker, we ought to mitigate against a situation where our people are just consumers of technology at the tail end, but are not involved in the development of that technology. We would not want our young people to be left to just data entry jobs, to just annotation jobs in the digital world. We want our young people to be able to be a critical part of the development of the technologies that shall be informing the future. They should be the ones who are creating the applications that will be used even by this parliament, Mr. Speaker. It was only the other day that we were discussing that this parliament ought to onboard itself to new technologies so that we're able to communicate better. But we are all depending on technologies developed outside of this country, whereas we know our people are well placed, they are well informed, they are knowledgeable and able to be a part of the development of not only the technology, but also driving the data sets and the language models that shall inform the fourth industrial revolution. With that, Mr. Speaker, I would like to call upon...
I beg to move.
Mr. Speaker, I do see a member of our committee, the Committee on Communication, Information, and Innovation, and I'd like to beg the Honorable Irene Yakarerio Mayaka to second.
I beg to move.
Oh.
First of all, you move there.
Speaker, having said all that I have said, I now therefore beg to move, and I do ask the Honorable Irene Yakarerio Mayaka, a member of the Committee on Communication, Information, and Innovation, to second this bill. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed, Madam Mayaka.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to second the motion, and I'll just give a few additional points in that as I second. First of all, of course, to thank the chair and our committee because we went through this particular bill. We also the importance of us enabling the Technopolis to be advanced beyond the concert Technopolis. And Honorable Speaker, as I begin, I just want to lay base on why this is very important. Because Chair has really spoken about the fourth industrial revolution. But the one thing that most people do not understand is where have we come from as the world. The first industrial revolution was called the coal revolution, and that was in the 18th century. And then we went to the gas revolution, which was the second industrial revolution in the 19th century. And then we moved to the electronic and nuclear in the 20th century. And now in the 21st century, Honorable Speaker, we are talking about the fourth industrial revolution, which is concerned with internet, AI, the Internet of Things. And why this is very important for us to be able to expand the Technopolis beyond just Nairobi is because we do not want as a country to keep playing catch up. We are a country that is very innovative driven. A lot of our young people operate in this innovation space. And this is going to enable them to be able to have access to what we call an innovation ecosystem. And this is what the bill intends to do. Honorable Speaker, the bill, as Chair had said, has a total of 67 clauses. But the beauty about this particular bill is that it lays base for us to be able to have a legal framework to create, manage, and develop a Technopolis in Kenya that addresses the urban challenges that we have, so that we don't have a situation where everyone wants to come to Konza, but that they can actually get the Technopolis in other areas in this country. Honorable Speaker, we have been able to define in that particular bill in terms of the licensing process, the process of creating the Technopolis Authority, the process of how this authority will be managed, and how people will benefit from it. The other thing that is very important is also the financial aspect of the Technopolis and how this is also going to be managed. Honorable Speaker, most of the time we do have situations where we have very good policy papers in our country, we have very good frameworks, but the thing that really lacks is the implementation. And so for me, what I'd just like to ensure that we actually do is that because we already do have the Konza Technopolis in place, is that now we will be able to mirror what is there to transfer this to other places. And just as Chair has invited honorable members to visit Konza, I'd really love for our honorable members to visit there, because we want to get to a space in this country where we also have smart cities, so that we are in line with what the rest of the world is doing. At Konza right now, they're even coming up with systems that will enable even our local police to be able to use innovation and technology to be able to do their job. And that for us is something that is very progressive. We do have a university in Konza called the KAIST that seeks to actually educate our young people on the internet space, computer engineering, and everything that is actually within that space, so that we also expand our knowledge and ensure that we are not only learning about what the other industries that are currently in this country and the rest of the world, but that we are also playing catch up with the rest of the world in terms of what more can we do in this internet space. Honorable Speaker, one of the things that I have always grappled with, and I really wish that we could do as a country, we do have a lot of us who are consumers of AI products within our spaces, whether it's on your Facebook, whether it's on the X, or whether it's just on social media. A lot of us use things like ChatGPT, and most of these things are actually revenue-generating streams. But that revenue is getting out of our country. What if we had a situation where our young people are able to actually come up with some of these applications, make AI-generated applications, so that they can also make revenue within our country, that we don't have to spill out revenue to other countries. So for me, what this seeks to do is to ensure that we are giving our young people a space that they're able to have innovative ideas, and they're able to also be taught about this. Honorable Speaker, in terms of what we now call a knowledge-based economy, that is the other thing that is going to really be supported by the Technopolis bill. Startups as well. A lot of people right now are doing startups. A lot of people have gone into the gig economy. We have not yet ventured into that space as a country. Gig economy, Honorable Speaker, would enable most of the people to be able to work flexible hours. Like, for example, I can decide I want to sleep during the day and work at night. But we also need, at some point, to have laws in place that actually enable such environments to be able to operate, with people being protected within the law. So when we have this Technopolis expanding to other areas, then we will also be forced to go back to the drawing board and actually think of how else can we improve our labor laws, our employment laws, so that they can also have the flexibility that is within the innovative space. Because innovative space, you do not have to work from 8 to 5 p.m. You can choose to work at night, or you can choose to work 3 days in a week and do other things for the rest of the days, but you're still able to be protected within a legal framework. So in my thinking, I just want to believe that we will go in that direction. Honorable Speaker, just as I also conclude, I just want to also give a few other advantages that we will see with this Technopolis. One, of course, as has been said by Chair, and I just want to emphasize, is designated geographical area. Like we said, we do not want a situation where we are only having this confined to one particular space. And so this bill also seeks to just revoke the current Konza Technopolis Development Authority so that we are able to have a bill that covers all the Technopolis. Another thing is also for us to be able to attract and retain world-class talent within our country, because we do have a lot of that. We do have young people who do a lot of international jobs, global jobs, but they do those for other companies. We want to be able to enhance that particular resource within our space as well, so that as a country we can also attract people from other countries to be able to come and do world-class jobs for us. The other thing that this seeks to assist also is premium destinations for technology-driven businesses, research institutions, and as I said earlier, innovation ecosystem. Honorable Speaker, this will also help us to adapt in adaptation of a sustainable environment practice, and also the fact that right now there is a lot of conversations going on about climate change. There's a lot of conversations going on about going green, and the Technopolis will be able to give us advanced knowledge on how we can be able to enhance and ensure that we become a green country. Honorable Speaker, as I finish also, I just want to say that this also offers incentives and other forms of government support and encourages investors as well. So I just want to urge the honorable members that this particular bill is one of those that we say is a differentiator for us. It will take us to the next level, and I'd just like to invite them to support this particular bill so that it can sail through and we can begin to be able to get into the implementation stage. With those few remarks, I second. I thank you.
Honorable members, I now propose a question that the Technopolis Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024, be read a second time. The Honorable Mogaka, as you proceed on, and this is for the attention of the chair, there's a little bit of observation that the chair, the chairman, I'm saying, of there's a bit of an observation, because the object ideally is to have so many technopolises. But when you look at the object at the back, it does not take that plural aspect into consideration. And at the same time, when you look at also all the material in here, it refers to it in the singular. So somehow at the committee stage, you have to change that either to technopolises or technopolis, which means P-O-L-E-I-S, which is a plural. I mean, technopolis has got two words that are both plural. So I think you have made that observation, and I hope that the chair and the committee members at the committee stage of the full plenary house are going to correct that so that you don't end up with a piece of legislation that essentially does not advance in both word and spirit the object which is supposed to be determined here. Proceed, Honorable Mogaka.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the opportunity to contribute. And from the outset, I do support this bill and commend this committee for stellar performance in originating a bill that is going to put Africa in its place in the development of this globe. I in particular celebrate the idea that we as a country are now standing up to the occasion that technology is the answer to development solutions. I want to celebrate the idea that our young persons who have been looking for physical jobs where they want to go and report personally, work personally, that is not the way to go going forward. And I do agree with the committee recommendation that we really must align Kenyan laws to allow people to work from home, to work from wherever they are, because the office is going to move from the physical places that we know offices to be to the telephone or to the laptop or the the computer. I want in particular to encourage that whereas we are creating this authority must respect the Constitution and have a devolvable mechanism so that we do not only hear about Konza Techno City. We want to hear very many other techno cities in the Republic so that we are able to support our youth all over this country to be able to tool themselves to deal with the modern age technology and the demands of the work environment that is emerging. It is true that more money is made online than is made conventionally, and it is therefore imperative that our youth, our children, get properly kitted, get properly tooled to be able to participate in the new and emerging software economy where you work from wherever you are and dollars roll into your bank account. But I will be proposing amendments so that since Konza has the benefit of the investment the country has made so far, it is perhaps time that it got a baby, it got a branch, it got devolved to other regions of this republic so that we are able then to capture a bigger catchment area to be able to ensure that we onboard all youth that are keen to be on the first lane. I want, Mr. Speaker, also to associate myself with the comments made by one of my elect constituents, Honorable Irene Mayaka. And you will recall that at Sironga grounds in West Mugrango constituency, we are putting up an industrial park. And I want to offer that as an extension of phase 2 of that industrial park, we can have this techno city or techno sub-city, by whatever name, extended to cover the western region, to cover the very innovative population in that area. And I say this with tremendous respect, that among the leading brains in ICT and innovation and software development, particularly in the United States, majority of those children hail from my village and its environs. And therefore, it would be very welcome if this committee agreed that we invite those gurus to come and partner and do their CSR back home to help develop sub-cities to the techno metropolis that we are talking about. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support and encourage this committee that this 13th Parliament will be counted on to take Kenya to its level in taking its space in leading in technology. And I do urge the young men in this republic to wake up to this occasion as the 13th Parliament puts up this infrastructure. Rise up to the occasion, put your best foot forward, and be the best in not only in Kenya, but let us conquer the globe technologically. I support.
The Honorable Zamzam.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika. Na mimi niweze kuunga mkono ndugu yangu Mheshimiwa John Kiare kwa hii mswada ambayo ameleta leo bungeni. Mheshimiwa Spika, Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi sote tunajua kuwa teknolojia inatumika dunia nzima, Na katika matumizi ya teknolojia kuna nafasi nyingi sana ambazo mpaka sasa sisi Kenya tunalia kuwa vijana wana ukosefu wa ajira. Lakini tukitumia mbinu hii ambayo ndugu yangu ameleta, tuweze kuitoa sehemu moja ambayo ni Konza, iweze kuingia sehemu zote za taifa, Mheshimiwa Spika, itakuwa tumetoa mwanya wa watoto wetu ambao siku zote unawapata kwenye simu, unawapata kwenye kompyuta, wanaweza kuingia katika hizi hubs, wakaweza kujitafutia kazi, wakawa wanafanya vitu vyao pale na wanaingiza ajira, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, ukiangalia vijana wengi, Mheshimiwa Spika, wako kwenye simu, utawapata tu kwenye WhatsApp, kwenye Facebook, wafanya mambo mengine ya kipuzipuzi, lakini tukiwapatia mwanya ambao wanaweza kufuata nafasi ambao wanaweza kuwa innovative, wakawa wanaweza kufanya biashara, wanaweza kufanya uchunguzi ama research, wanaweza wakasaidia taifa hili katika mambo mengi, Mheshimiwa Spika, na huku akiingiza senti, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nikiangalia Mombasa County, Mheshimiwa Spika, vile vijana wameharibika. Ukiingia kwenye mitandao ni matusi, wanatumia mitandao kwenye matusi, kwenye mambo mabaya. Mheshimiwa huyu hivi, mheshimiwa yule vile, mpaka mambo yanatokea, mambo ambayo ni mazito makubwa ya kuharibu jamii, Mheshimiwa Spika, ya kukosanisha viongozi, Mheshimiwa Spika. Mimi naona hii Technopolis ikitolewa katika Konza peke yake ikaenea, tupate hubs ndani ya Mombasa, tupate kule kwa Mheshimiwa Irene Mayaka, tupate kule kwa ndugu yangu Kiare na wengine. Hawa vijana wanaweza kuitumia vizuri, Mheshimiwa Spika, ikiwa wameweka makini kuwa kuna pesa tunatengeza, kuna maendeleo tutafanya, na itakuwa inafungua uchumi wa Kenya, Mheshimiwa Spika. Wakati huu uchumi uko mbaya sana, lakini tunaangalia hata hao wa Korea, wakija kuangalia wanaona kuwa iko sehemu moja pale Konza peke yake, na wanatafuta mwanya kuwa ienee Kenya nzima ili iweze kusaidia vijana wote na wao pia waweze kuingia ndani kusaidia, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi kwa ufupi nachukua fursa hii kuweza kusupport hii bill. Ni nzuri sana, Mheshimiwa Spika. Vijana wetu ambao wamekaa huku na huku wakimaliza wakati wao wanaweza kuingia hapa, wakafanya biashara, wakafanya research, wakaingia kwenye ecosystem, wakatengeza mambo yao vizuri, Mheshimiwa Spika. Na vijana wetu ni wasomi, lakini ile kasi ya akili zao hawajapata mahali pa kutumia, Mheshimiwa Spika. Kwa hiyo mimi hii naiunga mkono, nasema asante sana ndugu yangu Kiare kuweza kukumbuka hawa youth vijana, kwa sababu wao umetoka kule na unajua vile akili ya vijana inavyokwenda mbio. Wanahitaji sehemu ambayo wanaweza wakiweka akili yao wakaweza kuingiza senti, wasiweze kusumbua wazazi kule nyumbani, kwa vile hao ndio wazazi wa kesho, wanaanza sasa. Na tukiwapatia hizi hub, Mheshimiwa Spika, itaweza kusaidia sana. Kwa hiyo mimi nashukuru na support, na nataka hata ije Mombasa. Hii ndio ambayo iko imeweka sheria ngumu, tunaweza kuiondoa tukabadilisha, tukaweka sheria ambayo ni nyepesi, ambayo itatoa mwanya wa kwenda sehemu zingine. Asante sana, Mheshimiwa Spika.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for allowing me to add my contribution to this very important bill that has been moved and for the debate that is currently going on. Honorable Speaker, I want to also congratulate the chair for me moving this very ably, and for members to show all the willingness to support this bill. Honorable Speaker, the Technopolis bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024, seeks to establish technopolises across the country, and it is envisioned to have hubs in almost all the counties, which will enhance communication and innovation and entrepreneurship. Honorable Speaker, this will support our young people. We know very well that today we have big number of our young people who are well educated, who have their certificates, but are not employed. And since we know very well again, Kenyans are very innovative, this will give our young people to get connected to the entire world and also earn a living. Honorable Speaker, after going through the bill, I have seen that the bill provides comprehensive legal framework for the creation, management, and development of Technopolis in Kenya to address urban challenges and through digital innovation. Honorable Speaker, once we have the legal framework, we know very well that everyone or all Kenyans are well guided, and everybody will just refer to that and put all the necessary measures in place so that as we begin this, it will be of great help to Kenyans. When we talk of the entire country and all the counties, it means that even the farthest, even the places that some of us come from, the most remote areas, will be covered by this. And it doesn't mean that when you come from the remotest part of this country, that your young people or the people there are behind or are not educated. Today in our country, even those people who are not well educated are creative enough and they can be given the opportunity to do this and earn a living. Again, why I support this is because the bill emphasizes on creation of conducive environment. That conducive environment is what we all want. And it is something that our government can invest in so that we create that conducive environment for everybody so that we can give equal opportunity to all our young people in the entire country. And through that, we will be able to see the creativity, to see the knowledge and the skills, and they can put this country at another level. As we know very well that M-Pesa is our own initiative, and it is a Kenyan brand that is now moving globally. And given opportunity, with that conducive environment, I am sure our young people and even those people who are gifted and already have knowledge on ICT can be able to grow in this. Again, this will give us and create a conducive environment to attract and retain world-class talent. We know very well that why some of our people are poor today is because of the lack of opportunity. Given opportunity, we can be able to open the opportunities that are there and also the potential that we have in different places and with different people. So for me, I support this so that we can attract and retain that world-class talent and be able to compete with others. I'm sure, Honorable Speaker, once we do this, after some years, Kenyans will be happy and will say thank you to those people who participated in passing this bill, because it will be very transformative, and we will have participated in transforming our country positively and also given the young people the opportunity to participate. Again, the bill provides for the adoption of sustainable environmental practices and technologies within Technopolis. Honorable Speaker, this is all that we need. And that is why I support this bill. And finally, even when you look at the public participation that took place, which was done pursuant to Article 118(1) of the Constitution under the Standing Orders 127(3). The committee gave this a lot of attention and received memorandums and sat with the different stakeholders and collected views from people. That the information and the views they collected is what will guide us and has guided the committee. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support this and I congratulate the committee for the job well done. Thank you.
The Honorable Gitonga Murugara, MP for Tharaka.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to rise and support this very important bill. And it's very important. And I must commend the chairperson of the ICT committee, the Honorable John Kiarie. They have done a fantastic job as a committee, and he has ably presented this bill in the best manner he could, eloquently and convincingly. And that was supported by the seconder, Irene Mayaka Mweshmiwa. She has also done very well, and therefore we are obliged to actually support the bill, especially when I saw what we rejected in order number 8. Some bill that was not particularly well done, called the Mang Beans Bill. And I have heard members of parliament quipping that they do not have time to waste with such badly done bills coming over, and they are not particularly well presented. But this is an example of what good work Parliament can do, and just do it well. With those remarks, I wish to support this bill, and first and foremost, it's important to point out that the source of this bill was what was known as the Konza Technopolis Development Authority Order. It was an order that was made in 2012, establishing the Konza Technopolis as a technological city at Konza. We have had that for a while now. We may not have made a lot of progress regarding the establishment of the city, but the little we have done, we found this is the route to go. And therefore today, in this house, it has been introduced that we actually have a bill, what is going to be an act of parliament, establishing technopolis in the country. Not one technopolis, but technopolis from time to time, as is going to be determined by the law. It's important because a technopolis is a technology city where young people especially, but young people will soon also be old people, will be highly learned in technology. International people will come in as investors, and Konza City is not going to accommodate this alone. They may have to come to Marimanti in the Raka constituency. They may have to go to Runyenjes in Runyenjes constituency of Honorable Mushangi Karemba. They may have to go to South Mugirango, to West Mugirango, in Nyamira, where Honorable Mogaka comes from, or go to Marsabit. And Marsabit is growing very fast as a town. It's going to be a city soon. We need all this. Therefore, this is a very important piece of legislation which this House must do justice to. So we're now going to have this established, and after definitions which we have no quarrel with, we will go to the establishment of the authority. This is the authority that will have several roles to play in terms of what they are able to do as legal persons in law. They will be sui juris. That's what he says in law, that they are capable of suing and being sued. Then they will be able to enter contracts as legal personalities and do everything else that appertains to the act. As regards exactly what their functions will be, this is clearly set out in section 5. And the most important is to plan, develop, and manage Technopolis. We will be removing that. But even if it is defined as a Technopolis, it doesn't matter, because now we've removed the name Konza City. It can be established in any part of the country regarding this particular law. What else I have picked out as very important is the procedure of establishing at Technopolis in clause 16, and this will be determined by several factors, including the geographical area and the buffer zone of that particular Technopolis, as will be determined. Then the authority will have power to control how this Technopolis would be developed. This is important because we do not want haphazard development of cities, especially technological cities, because that may have its own repercussions if we don't do it properly. We've heard about how Nairobi developed as an old town beginning somewhere around 1900, and today, which is 100 and possibly 24 years, we are complaining that we did not think through Nairobi properly, and that today we may have difficulties in expansion, we may have difficulties in development, but this is the city and we just have to live with it. The answer to that problem is we must plan properly, and once we plan, we are able to get a city similar to what we are getting in the developed world, the Silicon Valley in America and elsewhere. Of course, we have the licensing provisions which are set out in clause 28 regarding persons who will be carrying out business in these particular cities, how they are to be licensed by the authority. The same authority has enforcement provisions so that nobody breaches the law when it comes to setting out the business in these Technopolis, and that we do not have illegal activities being carried on. And most important is that if we don't plan properly, remember technology today is the alternative brain of a human being. If you don't do it properly, it is actually going to be used against you, and what you have is what we've been hearing from time to time. There is hacking of equipment, as a result of which individuals, including governments, have lost huge sums of money. We have the dispute resolution, which is very important, and we have a tribunal being established. As usual, this is going to be part of the judiciary because they are actually saying now all tribunals should be condensed under the judiciary. This parliament, this house has not agreed to that proposal 100%, and we will have to look at this to see whether from this act it is a tribunal that is going to be established for a specific purpose apart from just dispute resolution. We may have to consider, the committee will consider, we'll also consider making it a special tribunal so that it is able to escape the grip of the judiciary. Otherwise, it will have to be controlled and run from the judiciary. Then from there, we have the section on general provisions. These are saving and delegated powers. This is on subsidiary legislation, which is extremely important. In fact, without regulations which are going to flow from this act, we may have difficulties in enforcing the particular law. So this is a very important piece of legislation. In fact, I would want to see Technopolis somewhere in Tharaka or Tharaka-Nithi County, so that as we talk about Konza City, I'm also talking about another city that can be established nearer to the people, where we can also do technology as other parts of the country also continue to do that technology, whether in Isiolo, whether in Kitui, whether everywhere else where it's going to be necessary. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to support.
The Honorable Eric Muchangi, MP for Onyenjes, followed by the Honorable Junius Mawathe, MP for Mpakasi South.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. For
if you're going to be generous enough, you can have a few more minutes, because then you have only 10 minutes between now and when we are going to adjourn. So you want to be generous to him?
That is well noted, Honorable Speaker. And I wish to start by thanking the Honorable KJ for a job well done on this very specific bill on the creation of an authority that should oversee the establishment of Technopolis zones in this country. Honorable Speaker, I wish to start by saying that recently I had an opportunity to look at what is happening at Konza, and I couldn't believe my eyes because a lot has been said, but during that time I was able to actually see the horizontal development, the kind of infrastructure that has been set up in that place. And the best thing that we can do, Honorable Speaker, as a House, is to support now this legislation so that what is happening in Konza can be replicated across the country, and this would project our country as one of the best investment destinations. Honorable Speaker, going by the kind of education and training that our young people have gone through, it is very clear to tell of the future, and we can quickly predict that in the coming days, our young people will be enabled so greatly by technology to undertake responsibilities and to work. So the best thing that we can do as a House is to legislate, not just for ourselves, but for the generation that is coming after us, so that they will find legal or rather legal framework, a legal framework that will facilitate investment that will come from local investors and even those from abroad. Honorable Speaker, I wish to mention that in some place around Thika Road also, a place called Tatu, there is an investment similar to Konza. Maybe it is not that level of Konza, but every day I go around that place, I see thousands and thousands of young people. Innovation hubs, something called CCI. It hosts thousands and thousands of young people. They go there every day and they work day and night. So I am imagining that if this is present in those other places in the country, then our growing population of young people who are well educated but still jobless can find work to do, and they will all be proud of their country. So I support this, and I believe that even in the places like Embu County, where I come from, Runyenje's constituency, and the Bere part of the country, which is actually very expansive, can benefit now from the establishment of these ideas. So, Honorable Speakers, since you indicated that I be generous to my colleague here, and I want to keep my word, yes, from a county that hosts Konza, I wish to rest my case, and I support. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
He's actually from Nairobi, unless you want to insinuate where his ethnic background is. But proceed, Honorable Mawati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this very important bill. First, I want to congratulate my brother, Honorable KJ, for the wonderful job he's done with this bill. This bill is long overdue, and coming from an IT background, in other parts of the world, you will find that there is always, as they said, the Technopolis. It's about time we had an authority that's able to guide us and give direction on as we continue to expand technology-wise. The first one, as you said, is Konza, Technopolis. Then there is the one in Tatu. And we need to grow a few more in the country. If every county can start with one, every constituency can start with one, let's create this. Let this authority assist us with also the setting up of the ICT hubs, and that we'll be able to have our youth who are idle in the constituency. For starters, in the next this financial year 2024-2025, we are putting up 3 ICT hubs in my constituency in Embakasi South so that our youth can be able to benefit from them. So technology-wise, we tend to think that we are ahead, but we are not supporting the infrastructure to be able, or the authority, or the policies to be able to have a good IT, to be the leaders in IT in East and Central Africa or in Africa. So there is AI that is coming up that's very, very strong, that with such authority, they'll be able to give guidance and sometimes give direction on what should and should not happen. So with that, I stand to support and looking forward to.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very hesitant to interrupt my colleague when he is debating, and I just wanted to, with his permission, to inform him, even as he debates, Mr. Speaker.
Do you wish to be informed by the Honorable KJ, MP for Embakasi South?
Yes.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, the information I'd wish to give to the Honorable Member for Embakasi South has to do with the scale of a Technopolis. A Technopolis in itself is a city. And that is why I am so keen on inviting members to visit Konza Technopolis, to see the scale of a Technopolis, that a Technopolis in its grandeur cannot fit in a constituency. So we can have digital innovation hubs in the constituencies. We can have economic zones in counties. We can even have centers, innovation hubs like the one in Tato. But a Technopolis, by its definition, is actually a city. Mr. Speaker, I thought it would help him with his debating.
Now,
yes.
for the interest
Thank you.
For the interest of
Thank
the
you,
chair,
Mr. Speaker.
For the interest of the chair, when you say, the bill here says the establishment of technopolises, so it means cities.
Mr. Speaker,
if you say a constituency is too small to have that city itself, then where would you have those cities in addition to Konza?
Mr. Speaker, that's why I was wanting to draw the mental picture for individuals to see that we are not talking about a development that would fit in a geographical area as small as a constituency. We are talking about expansive developments that would even cover what geographically would be several constituencies. So, Mr. Speaker, I wanted just to point that.
You're looking at counties or something close to counties, yeah?
We're looking at, yes, it can sit in a county, but you see, for example...
All the cities, because you have 5 cities in the country.
Yes, we have 5 cities in the country, and a city like Nairobi might not even be able to accommodate a Technopolis in the state that it is, as overpopulated as it is.
Proceed, Mawade, Honorable Madad. Can you please switch
Clerk,
off? Switch
yes,
off
there was, switch this one off.
Yeah, proceed. Just
Thank you, now that I have the voice. I think my brother totally misunderstood me. I talked about ICT hubs in the constituency, 3 ICT hubs. I have only been to Konza Technopolis maybe 6 to 8 times, so I am aware of the scale and the horizontal development that is there. And the intention to host the likes of the Boeing company and many other big, IBM was also looking to be able to come on board. So I am fully aware, and it's a good idea. We need to have a few more cities like Konza, Technopolis City, and a city cannot fit in my constituency. Thank you.
Honorable Mwade, we have come. Honorable members, the time being 7 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 25th of September, 2024, at 9:30 a.m.